Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Welcome to another edition of Mary Sky Ridley's video blog. Mary Sky. So I got out of bed this morning, sweltering, by the way, and I've been looking through the news feed, wondering about stimulus checks. People message me and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're getting a stimulus, Rita. We're getting a stimulus." No, we're not. We're getting a stimulus. We would have seen it by now. So anyways, I turned around this morning and I was overheating. Hey, Cam. And I was overheating. I'm not going to be on too long, everyone, because I'm not wasting my time today. I'm very exhausted, okay? My depression's not that good today, all right? I'll explain why, too. So I got up this morning and sweltering. I was trying to watch a movie last night about the life of something in 1934. I fell asleep. I watched it again. It made sense. But thing is, it's like a lady who basically dwells on riches, literally dwells on riches, and a guy basically is in love with her and wants to, and she's like, oh, as they have sex or something, she's like, oh, I forgot to tell you I'm getting married, or whatever. And his heart sank, and I'm sitting around, right? And Dad's like, oh, it's been a movie I've wanted to watch for a long time. And it's like, dude, that's cool, right? But anyway, so Dad turns around, emails me, and I said, look, Dad, the problem is these movies are boring. I mean, I'm literally sleeping on a wonky thing. I mean, literally, how would you feel if you wake up in the morning, waking up in the morning, and you wake up in the morning, no problems, and you're like going through the news and you're sitting there and you're seeing people in the morning going, pray we're getting a stimulus this weekend. Even if you pray for freaking stimulus this weekend, right before Christmas, you ain't gonna get a fucking dime until fucking next month. Literally, doesn't people realize $600 will be delivered to you when they deliver to you? And then on top of that, you're basically looking around and you got all these people turning around and they're like, "Pray we got stimulus this week to get the money." Are you fucking stupid? You're praying to get the money, but you don't realize it'll take 2 weeks. So in the meantime, you could be going hungry for Christmas because you didn't prepare properly. And it's depressing me to no freaking end. Literally, it's like this morning, people sitting there going, are we getting the stimulus? I have an advocate that's asked me that. And I'm like, I guarantee we will probably. Question is when. I mean, literally, the question is when. And I am getting freaking tired of it. I mean, literally, my family today, right? I'll tell you what happened. My family today messages me, right? And this is a good story, right? People are begging about Christmas, right? Now, Jose, of course, I've spent money on him for coffee throughout the year, right? He didn't. He sent me a Valentine's card. I sent him coffee, and I've sent him this, sent him that. I sent him Easter coffee, and I've sent all these times, right? Anyways, he kept promising, "Oh, I promise I get your present." Next coffee and everything else, right? Nothing for me. He kept making excuses. FedEx is the problem, right? So finally, I turned around and said, you know, he was like, "I wanted to get you a present, Rita, right?" It's like I'm a saint, okay? I'm a temperament of a saint, right? Like Cam, he's like, "Oh, do I need to do whatever?" No, you don't. You don't need to do anything when it comes to the Christmas present. It was the thought that counts, and that means more to me. You know what means more to me than that present that you gave me, Cam? Your friendship. Your friendship means more to me than the gift, and therefore I'm not worried, okay? And yet he turns around today, and I'm not talking Tam came around, I'm talking about Jose. Turns around and says God's punishing him because he promised and he hasn't delivered because he has no money. Takes me until 6 days before Christmas to tell me, I don't have any money, but I promised and I'm being punished. The Bible well, not the Bible. Can me put it this way. So my cousin Dinky doesn't leave and her head explodes. The movie The Shack and the book states, sin in itself is its own punishment. I mean, literally, you can't deliver. I mean, literally, you don't see me sitting there being like, bad Jose, you're not giving me any presents, bad Jose. No. It's like everyone's dwelling, praying, $600, we need it now so we can have Christmas gifts. If you didn't plan Christmas out and you fucking spend all your money in April on junk, then there's a problem. Because frankly, as I said to my family members, when and if, and that's the thing, they're duking it out. I mean, literally, Bernie and them wants $1,200 or more. Donald Trump wants $2,000. Yet they're freaking tossing a ping pong ball right now while debating who gets what. I mean, literally, take out liability, take out state funding. Fine. Give everyone a $600 stimulus check. Fine, done. But now they want to basically make it so the Treasury basically has more powers, it believes, as I read the article, to control anything when it comes to future money, dole out under the Biden administration. So they want to basically hamstring Joe Biden and his cabinet. So they're basically dickering on that. So by tomorrow night, they better have another continuing resolution. Otherwise, they're going to push it back 2 more days and say, yes, we're going to be working on it until at least the 22nd, or we're going to be working on until the 24th. They're just going to kick the can. They're going to keep kicking it until the runoffs because they can't do it. That's the only thing they're doing. But at the same time, who's it's hurting? Is it hurting Republicans or Democrats? No one knows. But my point is this whole stimulus thing's getting pissy, and people are freaking emailing me and being like, "Are we getting the stimulus? When are we going to get our check? Are we getting it before Christmas? I really need to get my kids stuff." I mean, literally, and I'm getting angry as hell because, I have a story for you today. So Chloe's basically she finally called her mom. She says, Mom, I did something terrible. And her mom's like, what'd you do? Well, I called Rita's family white trash, and, her family doesn't want me for Christmas dinner. Our mom says, oh, well, what's new? I mean, literally, Rita will try to fix things, but if Rita can't fix things, it's basically fate saying, look, you got to control your temper. I mean, literally, you need to give Rita more bigger hugs. I mean, I'd be buying you presents too, Chloe. Well, her birth name. But the problem is I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want. Half the time you want gift cards for clothes, which I don't support. The other half the time you want gift cards for games, which, okay, but I could buy the games directly, but you don't give me it. She says Rita basically gave you a list, and you turned around what did what? Well, I'm still looking to buy. And she says, don't give me that. I already know that your green card has been completely drained. You spin it. Rita told you. She says, Rita's kept me in the loop. You don't keep me in the loop on anything. Well, Mom, the other problem is, she says, yes, I know, restraining order to keep her apartment. Possibly is what has to be done because your temper. She says, you're threatening so many people and so many lives. It's got to end, and you're not getting better. Well, we're in a pandemic, right? Well, I love being out there. And she's like, look, I got to deal with your cock-headed brother who, is cocky. Why? Yeah, I mean, their mom and Chloe's sitting there, and I'm just sitting there agreeing. She says, even Rita agrees with me. I mean, literally, you don't turn around, Chloe's just like, but, Rita's going to do. She's like, look, presents at home will stay at home. They're not going to freaking, Rita's not going to wrap them unless she's with you. So even if it's like the 26th, she will basically make time for you. She ain't going to just ignore you for her family. But, I'm not going to be there for Christmas dinner. And she's like, look. She says, look, if Rita was the nicest person in the world, and Rita's family wanted to meet me, and I told Rita I don't want to meet your family, Rita's family would respect my wishes. Or I wouldn't want to meet Rita. I would tell Rita I don't want to respect. I please respect my wishes. I just want to be with my kid. It's like the same thing. She's like, look, you're too spoiled. You're pampered. Did you do your chores? Well, I'm still wrapping presents. Rita's got so many. She's like, really? So you took care of Rita, but you can't give Rita like, well, I don't know what I want, Mom. Her mom's like, no wonder why you're going down the crapper and can't make any decisions. Literally. Now, has Rita been doing the dishes? Oh my God, Rita needs to get more tape. We might be out. She's like, when you get done wrapping presents, you need to basically take a picture. I want to see how many presents are under that damn tree. Okay, Mom. I mean, I'm depressed, literally. People don't realize this, and I'll explain why. I'm depressed because, I get emails, worth $600. Well, I don't know when you're getting your 600. That's when I said it before. I mean, look, everyone thinks Rita's the prophet. Rita's prophesizing. Look, I told you last week or the week before. Told you on the 11th they'd be playing the kick the can game. And what did they do? They kicked the can twice so far. $102.58 heated paw hut for my threes. It costs 2 cents for 8 hours of use. Well, what is this? 600? Yes, exactly. Good morning, Octavia. So yes, they're gonna give $600 and not giving $1,200. They're gonna give between $325 and $600 per dependent. But right now we're at a stalemate. Pretty much, we are sitting on a stalemate. Yeah, well, first of all, Brother Cam, you can't stockpile something you don't have funds for. That's the problem. I mean, look, we're all sitting here waiting, and that's what really has been depressing me in the community is why the fuck the American people are fucking shit on. I mean, look, I'm getting upset that, all these years, right? All these years. And people are like, oh, well, I'm going to take that $600 and buy oysters. Do you see me sitting there going, oh, yeah, Cam, I'm going to take me and Chloe's money and we're going to invest in supplies. No, I'm sitting there going, what money? Plain and simple, what money, So, well you spent $100 some on a cat thing? Seems cool, in my opinion. So, anyways, if you guys want to hear the laugh joke between us right now, okay, was me and my cousin, me and Chloe's ex-roommate were talking about jokes, okay? One was the Grinch song. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. We were thinking of Chloe, I mean, literally. So, anyways, I don't mean to be, I'm not being negative towards Chloe today, all right? So, Chloe's got all these presents and wrap projects to do. But the thing is, I try to keep her mind busy, She's like, oh, well, the thing is, she knows Christmas is around the corner. She screwed Christmas. So, she's hoping her birthday will be better, right? So, Chloe gets mad, right? Chloe goes on to yeah, well, my bunny gets extra love too, but the problem is Boom Boom needs his cage cleaned. Oh, he keeps delaying it. Come here. You know what? Come here. Let's see. You got any poo hanging out? No, you don't. We gotta get you clean still. So, hello. Look, I got a little boon this morning. Hi, come here. I don't want you being neglected. Oh, look at him. Look at him, Cam. Come here. What's up, huh? Huh? So, anyways, let me tell you the story, okay? So, Chloe this morning turns around and gets angry, right? She's furious at her mom. Literally furious. She's worse than furious. Turns around and she's like, the hell with my mom and the hell with my family. I said, what do you mean? She says they didn't collect her gift card. She went in, right? And I'm half out of it, you know. And she's like, my family is ignoring me, to hell with them. She goes on to the Google thing, right? The not the Google thing, the Amazon chat thingamabob. Goes in, customer service says yes. You know, family didn't collect it. It's been 19 days. I want refund and I want it now. And they're like, oh yeah. Usually they click it within 8 hours, but this is odd. So Chloe went and canceled it. And I'm sitting there thinking, I was like, I'm gonna play out with your mom. She says, the hell with my mom. Mom won't take me home, wants to say presents are in the mail. Yeah, right. Is it anything coming? I said, not by UPS or, you know. Oh, you want to kiss me, huh? Come here. Yeah. You hungry, huh? You want the food, huh? You want foodsie? All right, let's get you some food, please. So she turns around, you know, and she gets mad about this whole gift card thing. But, you know, then she turns around and, you know, Chloe's like, why are you depressed? I'm like, well, what do you think's depressed me? I'm living in a fucking pigsty. You're fucking sitting there taking, you know, what is it? 14 days or something for Christmas presents and you're still slow? And she's like, well, there's too many. Thing is, you need to focus on it. I mean, literally, what happens if Chloe's focus is and comes to me and says we're out of tape. I got more tape coming in. That's the other thing I'm worried about. Amazon's being slow as molasses. I got presents for Jose, slow. I got presents for my sister, slow. I got something in the pipe coming for my cousin Dinky soon. I mean, literally. So my cousin, oh yeah. And then on top of this, Chloe keeps moving my freaking paper towel rolls around. Every time I turn around, because they keep in the kitchen, she's like, ew. I mean, literally, what's the fucking point of having a legendary Pee-wee paper towel holder if I can't? I'm the one filling it. She's the one taking the rolls wherever. I mean, literally, she goes out and buys 5 Dutch apple pies, right? I mean, literally, I'm not a big pie fan, you know, Dutch apple. I do like Dutch apple from time to time, but bought so many of it, didn't freeze it. And then she's like, oh, this one's falling apart, you know, and all of a sudden, I got to eat Dutch apple pie. Meanwhile, you know, that's what the thing was on the Reese. It was like $50 in pies. I'm like, why the hell do I want $50 in pies? Oh, you got plenty of money on your food stamps. Yeah, well, that's if I want to eat something. But so she went ahead and destroyed her mom's credibility for Christmas out of anger, literally. What is a person with family going to do? Each person gets $600, Octavia. That's what I was trying to explain the other day to someone else who asked the same thing. It's $600 and it's like $300 per dependent, $600 per dependent. They don't want to do it. They think because of vaccine, you don't deserve $1,200 or $2,000. They're hoping that Biden turns around. See, let me explain what happened. So they turned around, right? And Biden is going to be the next president. They're trying to hoodwink. They give more power to the government so Biden doesn't get any money that he needs to help the people. The Republicans are trying to hamstring more power to the previous administration without them knowing it was in a bill or something. Don't quote me. So what happened? Hold on a second. They didn't give the money. Because they didn't give the money, everyone got hoodwinked. Better I get it? Okay. I didn't look through the paper. I'm doing a video real quick. Okay. He's in. Might have to take a trip to the hardware store soon before it can fucking run out of tape. Yeah, tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I got school tomorrow. Special Sunday edition. Thank the minister. He doesn't want to do your Christmas Eve. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, so thanks for being patient. All right, so it's running. So she turned. So basically, what happened was they were stonewalling it. They're like, "Look, we're not going to give you any money because, we want Vice President Biden, whatever, to be basically screwed over. So they're trying to screw over the American people. Meanwhile, you got all these people turning around and they're basically grumping about it. You could sit there and say, well, what do I know? Simple. They're basically turning around and saying, people are praying, we're going to get our check before Christmas. Amen. No, you're not. These freaking people are so damn stupid, they don't realize that their stimulus checks will be 2 weeks out once they pass a bill. Right now, what's my forecast? Kick the can. I mean, I didn't expect them to do a 2-day extension on a continuing resolution. Thing is, it's just going to be kicked again until they freaking give up and wait till freaking Biden's in. They're just going to play kick the can. I mean, look at it. They want to have this thing wrapped up on Christmas week, but old Moscow Grinch thinks that he can basically force everyone to stay. They'd let him basically stay in the Capitol by himself, smoking cigarettes, going, I get 4 years of judicial appointments and 4 years gridlock until God sends down a big old thunderbolt through my skull. In the meantime, I'll be whistling Dixie. That's from the cartoon President. Point is look around. He's basically sitting there delaying it. They've given concessions. They want to give 600. Bernie basically one other. Holly wants 1,200 plus, which is good. Unfortunately, how are they going to get it with under $1 trillion? It's because they're trying to basically make it so this is the final stimulus bill, and they can screw it over and say the Treasury can't issue any more money. Unfortunately, the problem is, if I was your president, I would cut out freaking bailing out transportation. Okay, fuck them. I mean, literally, fuck the airlines. The airlines don't need fucking a dime, okay? Public transit, okay? Literally, public transit is down. You know why it's down? Because they can't pack everyone like sardines and things. And people say, oh, we're down. We need, you know what? Doesn't matter if we're down because of it. You don't see me riding public transit. I mean, look at it. They allow 20 people, maybe 25 people on a ferry of 1,500 to be on as a walk-on. Every person in it. You know what? I called the ferry service up. I said, look, I got to go over to Anacortes. I got to pick my family up. I got my own tickets. How do I get to run the tickets? So they said, well, if you're walking on, you got to walk back on. They said, well, what's the point of walking all the way over there, being isolated on an island, going over there, getting out, and then going to the car for all, literally for all purposes. They were like, look, you can't just end up in their truck. You end up in the car deck for an hour and a half. Oh, by the way, the car deck has a bathroom, but everyone in the car deck's got to stay in the car deck. And so what's that tell you? Tells you right there you're screwed, because if you get a walk on, and then you're up above, and you got to wear a mask, and you got to wear a mask outside. You could be, they could open the sun deck up, okay? The sun deck's where there's like 4 decks. You got your parking, you got your decks, right? You got your engine room under the bow, so several, there. Then you got your car deck that's all flat like a carrier. Then you got a car deck on the second floor. You got an elevator on the lower floor in the midsection. Then you got the elevator goes to the third floor, which is just the salon area with all these seats. The fourth area is the galley and sun deck. Fortunately, the galley's closed and the sun deck's closed. They're limiting you to having 4 decks, but meanwhile, your 5th deck is your bridge and like little sleeping areas for the ferry crew, which I don't know why the ferry crew and offices need to be, but whatever, right? So they're saying, well, you need to stay in the car thingy, and then turn around, So if I took a trip over on a ferry, right, I could be looking at being in trouble because it's non-essential travel. So for me to go get my family, to them is they got to come to me, So it's just a bunch of bull crap, with all the restrictions, And so they're doing all this, and they're like, well, you got to stay there. You can meet them on the island. But, Meanwhile, everyone's like, oh, Christmas is around the corner. We need stimulus checks. We need stimulus checks. Really? You need stimulus checks? Well, you're not going to be getting stimulus checks. You won't be seeing stimulus checks. Stimulus checks are going, stimulus checks, are stimulus checks. Literally, I got so many responsibilities, and then, I got family, one of my advocates the other day was really happy about. She asked me about stimulus checks, and I answered, "Yeah, we're supposed to be getting it, but who knows when." That's the problem. The American people are getting shafted. Christmas is crumbling for many. Hold on, let me see. Hello, Grandma. Time to make a chimichanga. Okay. Yeah, well, you know what? Riots and stuff, they're planning this carefully. They're planning it carefully. Unfortunately, unless you're well provisioned and you don't leave your house, which, by the way, the door wasn't locked. I don't think. Oh, better lock it. Yep. Good girl. All right, so let me explain it. All right. Riots and looting will happen. I live on an island, so that, basically, but the point is everything's being picked clean. Literally. I hear people all the time, okay? More millions of people about to be homeless yeah, exactly. They're kicking the can. That's why I keep telling you people, if you look at my forecast so far, where have I been? Let me ask you a logical question here for all of you that tuned in tonight. Have I been wrong or have I been right? So far, I've basically said they're not going to give a stimulus by my birthday, by August 9th. They didn't. I said in May, they're not going to give another stimulus. Literally, they'll expand. People are hungry for another stimulus. They're basically making it, right? They're going to basically force people eventually to sell off their guns to buy fucking breakfast for their kids because they're that hungry. And they're going to basically be upping the protection grid eventually for fucking poachers, so poachers can't do it. More national park people and all that crap, so they can basically go after people poaching. Literally, we're in a pandemic, literally. Every year they raise, every year. Have you ever noticed the problem with fishing and hunting? Every year they raise the rates. Oh, look. Octavia man's going to be fishing this year. He's so hungry. The fishing license was 40 last year. Let's make it 90 because we have to fill in a hole because the federal government hasn't paid us. Oh, yeah. Hey, Octavia. Yeah, $90 for that. Oh, by the way, your multi-pass fishing thing, we're raising it. We're not going to charge you $400 for your bear, cougar, lion tag. We're going to raise it to $900. So cough it up, boyo. We got to make money somehow. Oh, by the way, Jake Bob, we're going to raise your $15 weed stick to $99 for one little tip. Sorry, the state needs the money, so we got to fucking screw you over somehow. Bend over now. We're going to screw you over again. It's not about who's Grandma. It's not about Pisces. It's not about It's not about the zodiac signs. It's about the people. The people are basically dickering you out. So, literally. Here's how I see it. Here's how I'm forecasting things. I've been right so far. Okay, here's how it's gonna play out. We're 6 days till Christmas. They're gonna kick the can. They're going to kick the can till probably the 24th, okay, or 23rd. Then they know that the holiday's around the corner. Mitch McConnell was all talk like, oh, yeah, we're going to get it done. We're going to stay over the holidays. No, he won't. They'll be on their private jets heading home while you are basically suffering. And then they're going to kick the can, probably do an extension, not of 2 days, but they're going to basically make an extension and discuss it again between January 26th. Hold on. Does this have a, oh, yeah, January 26th, or yeah, sorry, December 26th to say December 8th or January 8th or something, So they'll do a continuing resolution all the way past, in my opinion, when the new, when January 6th comes to finalize President-elect Biden's win. So in the meantime, you get to sit all through Christmas basically wondering where 600 is. And most people are doing the same. They're not going to hand it out this fast enough. I guarantee you that. It's basically going to be slow as molasses. I mean, look at it. I mean, we're 6 days from Christmas. Every day I keep telling people, you think you're just going to wake up one morning, Christmas morning, and be like, Congress passed a bill, $25 of stimulus for each person that needs money and $12.50 for dependents. You know how much people would be fucking hurting? They would be fucking furious to wake up and find that each person gets $25. I know Cam's going to joke about it because I joked about it the other day, $50. I mean, look, if they could get away with paying each person a fucking penny and getting away with it, they would. Because they think that Americans would take, whatever we give them. So if it's $12.50 to go buy Taco Bell for one night, well, we supported them for one night, fuck them the rest of the year, or $25. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that have stated 3 things, all right, 3 different reports, and I'll tell you what the reports are. By the way, I need to find my dip can because it's time for me to have a dip, and talk to you guys seriously about what's going on in the world. So, Pisces or no Pisces, Grandma, it doesn't matter. What matters is there's no stimulus checks. That's the problem. Problem is this. There's 3 types of reports I saw recently. One person basically said in the one category said 600 is better than nothing. That's what the government's doing. They're turning around, right? And they're saying, look, we're going to throw you $600. It's better than nothing, right? Or 300 per dependent. Let me ask you something, Grandma. $600 better than nothing. What's $1,200? They keep cutting in half. What's the next stimulus going to be under Biden? $300 per person and $150 per dependent. I mean, come on, think about it. They keep cutting it back because they don't think people like you or I need the money. Just a dip can. Oh yeah, that's at Copenhagen. I'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, that can. Someone was totally pigs the whole damn thing. Here we go. Yeah, I got some Copenhagen. I bought some the other day here. Chloe picked up for me. Yeah, but anyway, so let's talk about sincerity, okay? You guys sit here and you tune in to me. Some people tune in thinking I'm a joke. Others tune in because they're thinking I'm a prophet. Some of them think that I know more than clickbaiters. Well, let me just say one of the real reasons I'm depressed is, as you all know, is we have a lot of thieves coming around the country. I mean, literally, my cousin turns around today and says, "Oh, Rita, I got the refund back on whatever the presents I bought you that never came." I'm sitting there going, well, it's okay. You don't owe me anything, And she's like, well, what about that coffee maker thingamabob? What it is, it's like a little Keurig, right? Pop in a little pod, they're expensive. And I said it requires a special pod, because everyone talks about me making a pod coffee, and I've seen a commercial on IMDb, the internet movie database that Amazon owns now. They bought IMDb, so they do free movies and stuff. So on IMDb's thing on Amazon, they have a channel, right? And they do commercials. And they had a commercial like over and over and over for this little coffee machine, and I wanted. So I told my cousin, look, you don't need to get me a coffee maker, doodad. I mean, literally. She says, well, where's your Christmas list? Most of my list is games, okay? So I don't want to piss off anyone and be like, oh, yeah, I like these games. I mean, literally, or a gift card. I mean, gift cards are cool, but the thing is, it's not my family's job. I mean, literally, there's a lot of thefts going on in the world. I mean, literally, a lot of thefts. And it's pissing me off. I mean, look at moderator Pee-wee. I love Pee-wee dearly. And Dan. They turned around. Which reminds me, did they ever get the Christmas cards? I wonder. Anyways, I'll email Pee-wee about that later. But apparently most of my cards got to people. And I'll tell you a story about that in a second. Again. So, I'm trying my best for Christmas, right? And then everyone's like, oh, yes, Rita. Which, by the way, excuse me for 1 second. I am overheating. So I'm going to change to a lighter shirt. I'm still here. I just don't want you guys seeing me, sweating in that shirt. So I figured I'd wear one that's more air conditioning and aerodynamic for my boobs today. Not that anyone cares about my boobs. And as long as my nipples aren't showing, we're good. Here we go. See, I feel a little air conditioned now, so. And I'm losing weight, actually. My belly's getting shorter because, um, I'm losing a lot of weight because of my diet. I'm not eating so much meat and pig. So let me tell you the story, okay? So basically what happened was, everyone's asking me for stimulus check updates, and I don't have any. I mean, literally, the Americans are people around the country are stealing. They're stealing. They're going to steal food. They're stealing clothing. They're stealing whatever they can get their damn grubby hands on. And Amazon's got to take it, and Target and Walmart and all these places has to basically fill in the blanks, being like, "You're a herb. We don't have this money." I mean, literally, people are stealing. I mean, literally, in this pandemic. They're not going to give you $1,200. They'll give you what they give you, Grandma, and they're right now talking $600, and that is the way it goes. I got my dip, by the way. I'm gonna have to charge my phone up eventually, people. This feels a lot better air conditioning tonight. So I want to share with you a couple other things tonight. So besides stimulus checks being $600, they keep cutting it in half. They're trying to basically stonewall it. So as long as they keep delaying it, and each party's playing the political scam of, well, the Democrats or the Republicans, it's just going to be dragging out. So Christmas Day, maybe you'll hear a thing saying Merry Christmas, you get $300 a person. I mean, literally, no one knows how they're playing it right now. All I can guarantee is, every day gets us closer to Christmas, and every day we're getting closer to Christmas, and every day you're not seeing anything worse. I mean, all you're seeing is notices. Due to the Postal Service's delay in packages, you might not get your package till after Christmas. I mean, that's the crap we're getting right now. I get my informed delivery that's saying that every email I get, right? I asked Chloe, they're emailing it every day into your email box, like, due to a pandemic, we're behind schedule, literally, really. And then UPS is sending from time to time, same thing. I mean, literally, if we're in a pandemic, people are stealing packages. I will not be buying that many chimichangas. I mean, I don't mind a chimichanga once every 6 months, but I'm not really big in them. I mean, literally, I'm more big into other things. I mean, Frozen, that's a different story. I haven't seen any Frozen lately. Hey, Boon Boon. Boonie Boonie. I mean, literally, this cage is being cleaned today. I told Chloe it's got to be clean, so Chloe's wrapping presents. I mean, here's the problem we have, okay? We're stuck indoors, right? We're stuck indoors. We're running on tape, which reminds me, I need to find out about tape real quick on. I'm starting to hate this fucking mouse. My family turns around, right? They keep asking me what I need for Christmas, right? And all right, so here we go. So free delivery, all right. So it's 6 rolls here. I need 12. Chloe said so. May arrive after Christmas. So hold on. Can we actually fucking speed this up? What if I need 2? So I can buy 2. Actually, I can buy 4. Let's just do it this one with 4. Let's see, 6 rolls. Add to cart. Hold on. I got enough wrapping paper. I got like 50 rolls of that. Okay, so what if I turn around, right? And I just want to buy this, right? Let's just see here. Proceed to checkout. I'm checking something. Monday the 28th, so free delivery? No, can't we change the free delivery? This is the thing. The problem is they won't do it. See, that's the problem. They won't let you change it. I mean, literally, estimated delivery. I mean, can we change? They won't even let me change the delivery, That's what freaking pisses me off the most. I mean, literally, it's like you cannot get express shipping on this. It's like they're not allowing any express shipping. That's what really upsets me the most, I mean, literally, I want multiple things, you know. I mean, everything. That's the problem with Amazon. They screw you over. So, for example, you need something express shipping, they take it away from you and their Prime thing, you know. So I get to bitch about that. People say, "Oh, well, really shouldn't be bitching about it. It's a fact of life." No, it isn't. Fact of life is if I go and buy something like, say, I go buy new camera lenses, right? Say I go and buy a camera, right? I spend $600 and buy 2 camera lenses, right? You know, I'm a photographer. I go and spend $600 on lenses. I click on express shipping, $40, and it's there overnight, right? $40. No problem. But Amazon, they cut out the express shipping altogether. So if you're a Prime member, they're like, fuck you, you don't get it. And they should be basically saying, look, you want express shipping overnight, you can have it. But no, they're not allowing it. They're basically cutting it off, basically saying our warehouse is so backlog that we can't give priority express shipping. So if they put in a $300 express shipping overnight, the fucking employee would fucking find it, pop it into express shoot and do it. But no, literally, they're fucking screwing over the people by basically screwing over the people. I go to, that's why I don't believe I don't go through any place except for certain things for my photography. I go through certain websites, click. If I need 2-day express shipping, they give it to me free. I mean, literally, they don't sit there and be like, oh, yeah, we're delayed because we can't, you know. Yes, I know what I just said. It's $600. How much more time? How much more do you want to know? I mean, literally, it's $600 fucking. And the American people, I mean, look, there's a lot of shit going on, you know. I mean, literally, I'm pissed off at Amazon because the you know, whatever it is. I mean, you know, you got Amazon blaming the delays. You got Amazon blaming everything. Oh, well, you know, we're behind. We can't give you express shipping. Well, with me, I have a camera on my door, Grandma. So I'll show you if you didn't know. So basically, for example, what the hell? Let's see. You know, got this game. Okay, hold on. Wow. A game. Let me see. It might be interesting. What is it? Stupid deaths. Uh huh. That seems, you know. Frightfully funny games. See the video. You game stupid death. Game. My cousin's like, hey, look, we got a game for Christmas for playing. I'm like, cool, but cameras? Because I don't trust fucking my packages being stolen. That's the problem. When we started restocking and supplying us up for the pandemic, we basically decided to put a door cam. So, for example, hold on a sec. Give me 1 second. I'll show you. All right, so here you go. Here's the door cam. See, basically my door cam. It's live. So basically, it's there to make sure my packages get delivered. So when packages don't get delivered, you know what happens. So I can basically tune it into live. I also can do other things, but you get the idea. So yes, it is. Do you understand what I just did? I mean, come on. I activated my camera. Look, camera. You see, camera. Door cam. You see, live. There's a live picture. So basically, you think this is my phone. Oh, it's your phone. Really? I got it programmed for other places too, like watch. So you can understand it. All right. So you see, it's loading up this. See? Buffering. But it's live right there when it does stop buffering. See? There you have it. So basically I can pull it up here, but you get the idea. It's buffering because I'm using Wi-Fi for it, but everything's connected to Wi-Fi. So my phone's connected. My Amazon Alexa is good, dude. My Google Home Hub is connected to it. All I can do is say whatever, and it's done. So you get it. So basically, my entire device thing is, Veil tubes. I think you really want to be a robot, bro, because every time I turn around, you want to live in the future. Personally, I'm quite content living here because once the future happens, things will happen, The camera is basically sitting around. Howdy, Porky. The camera is hidden where it's hidden. All right, it's hidden. But it's basically keeps it so people know. I mean, I got stickers that say this place is watch. Hell, I got when the sheriff knocks on the door, he's basically like on the other side hiding. And then I basically could sit there and be like, oh, it's the sheriff. Because I know. The manager basically won't let us record the halls, so we have other things. How are you doing, Porky? Basically, back to the stimulus. Everyone's basically worried. I mean, we have cameras, and the camera protects, and the camera protects, and yet the problem is that no one wants to listen to me. Plain and simple. And because of it, people are complaining about stimulus checks. So basically, oops, I spelled it wrong. Hold on. There. So, anyways, my family is talking about a game that looks entertaining. Okay, it looks entertaining. I'm going to try Christmas time. My problem is my family, this morning turned around, and said, oh, there's a refund, and you can, what do you want? It's like I'm not really wanting anything. I'm content. Unfortunately, I'm getting more and more content because, Chloe. This is what Chloe thinks. Okay. So Chloe turns around and she says, your family's coming out there to say goodbye. They're basically ditching you. They're going to let you die and blah, blah, blah. Well, I turned around and said, well, my heart gives out. Oh, well, I've lived a good life. I have no regrets. And Chloe's like, well, it wouldn't surprise me. You're on your Bible all the time watching movies and not doing stimulus checks. And you're not playing games. Just because I don't have the development to play games when I don't have time. I got to freaking sit here, and, waiting for stimulus updates, and stuff, And to me, I'm like, well, if I go before Christmas or after Christmas, doesn't matter to me. I lived a good life. So, Chloe was angry, and, I said, look, I'm like, so you got angry at your mom and basically went in with while I'm sleeping. It canceled your mom's gift cards because you were angry. Well, my family doesn't want to know me. They keep promising me presents, but 6 days of Christmas, where is it? Patience is a virtue. You might have patience, but I don't. I have patience for everything. Stimulus checks, one of them. They keep kicking the can. We just got to keep basically accepting the coffee can being kicked down the road. I mean, literally, oops, supposed to feed him, wasn't I? See, I'm watching the cameras. I do that to see. See, it didn't take that long for him to realize the bag was open. There you go. Look at him. He's like a little bunny soldier looking for food. I see how it is. You don't want to kiss you. Yeah, your cage needs to be cleaned. It's due time, you know. I got so many responsibilities, you know. There you go. See, I had to make sure your bag was sealed. And hope I check we have enough food for you until payday, which we do. You mean everything? Come on, give me a nosy kissy. Oh, yeah. There you go, baby. You got food. Oh. What's wrong, huh? What's wrong, little Boon Boon? Sometimes bunnies want more attention than they can have, you know. But, you know, that's where you open up and... Hey, what's wrong, huh? Come here. Come here. What's wrong? Boon Boon, look. So right now, it just wants the cuddles and the attentions, you know. No, you're not. This is not your rabbit, sis. This is my pride and joy. It'd be like me asking you to bring up old Nug so we can eat Nug for fried chicken, which wouldn't be too bad on the air. I'm hurt. I really am hurt. Mentally, I'm broken. I mean, literally, no one knows how I'm feeling either. You know, that's why I put this as general chat. You know, I'm hurting for the people. Every day they kick the can. Every day they cut it in half, and you know. You're miserable, aren't you? Come here. People don't realize I'm depressed, you know. Right before the holidays, too, you know. I mean, literally. Chloe goes in, gets angry with her mom, cancels something, you know. And I'm like, well, what are we supposed to do when mom decides to check her email in like 6 months, find out there's no, you know, no whatever, you know. You know. And then, you know, another thing that upsets me the most, right? I give freely, I give with my heart. And yet, I turned around. I get an email today, message on Messenger, right? I got to do my dip anyways. And it basically stated that the person who was, where's my brush? Man, you know what? I'll figure my brush out later. My brush is not that big a deal right now. So it turns out, right? And, you know, I give gifts to people, Valentine's, etc., etc., you know, Jose. And he finally turns around and he says, I'm being punished by God because, you know, I couldn't give you anything for your birthday. Really? So you're being punished by God. So God's punishing you because he didn't give me a present. Really? And now you turn around and you say, oh, well, my kids are taken care of, but not me. Well, it doesn't matter to me, you know. I don't care. Gifts are only gifts, you know. You don't want gifts. But of course, you know, here's my brush. So then what happens? He turns around and he's complaining about it, right? Well, I'm being punished. Sin is its own punishment. And he, you know, I'm like, look, you don't owe me diddly crap. It'd be like my cousin turning around and her presents didn't come and saying, oh, yes, your presents didn't come, but I owe you. You don't owe me jack diddly crap. I mean, look, they're spending their time and effort coming up here to see me. That's more of a gift than basically something that, you know, and yet What upsets me and depresses me is someone messaged me 6 days before Christmas, says, well, thank you for everything you're giving me, but I don't have any money. Well, that's fine. If you told me that earlier, I would have doubled your coffee. That's what I said. Literally. And they're like, oh. Literally. Instead, you have to tell me at the last moment. Oh, well, not my problem. Literally, I got enough trouble as is with everything else, and yet, people are hurting. I said, and then I hear, well, when's the 600 coming, because I could really use it to buy a present for you. Yet, they took their $1,200 and spent it foolishly, and then they're like, oh, I should have bought you a present, I should have got you a Valentine's present or Easter present. Said, Valentine's, Easter, cards. Well, that's fine. Cards are cool. You don't see me complaining. Kept saying, oh, I was going to send you money. I was going to send you this, FedEx. Really? I'm tired of the excuses. That's all it is. I'm tired of the excuses. Literally, I'm tired of fucking waking up and, standing around every day waiting for packages to come. And every day I get a message, your package is delayed till 26th of December. And you're going, but I need this before Christmas. Oh, that item you wanted to buy in your shopping cart moved up to March 9th until you can get it refilled. Gee, these people must be greedy son of bitches if they're basically speeding, literally, you're watching the entire Amazon infrastructure basically sit there. They're giving you a timeline, This item you want is good until April 15th because we got to bring them in from China again. Literally, how the fuck does one person sit there and basically cool as a cucumber at the holidays and being like, right. Literally, and then on top of all this, you got people sitting there saying, oh, 600? No, needs to be more than that. They don't care about you. They're basically trying to do this slow-ass deal possible and delay it till, let's talk about the runoffs. If the fucking Democrats fucking sit there and they're willing to do a deal and they're worried that the runoffs will, they're not sitting there saying, let's shut down the government because that'll make them look bad. And it could sway for Republicans in Georgia. But what if they sit there and they're doing everything by the book, they're following through and they're like, look, we need to do this. Meanwhile, the Republicans are like, oh, well, we can't do this, Stonewall. And they keep kicking the can. And next thing you know, the runoffs happen and every Georgian's pissed and be like, guess what? We're voting Democrat because we want to fucking screw them over and kick Mitch out. It's just sitting there like, I'm Mitch. I'm no longer majority leader. And then Chuck Schumer comes in and basically says, whatever you need, Mr. President, it's done. Meanwhile, gun control, whatever. Meanwhile, we're basically going down that path and they keep freaking being peckerheads by not giving the American people what they need. Plain and simple, look around. If they did something, they would have waited. They wouldn't have waited since freaking December when they had a bill passed in May. Literally, that's what, 7 months ago? No money yet. And people are always, let's trickle it down and see what happens. That's what Mitch says. Now that he's basically, his seat could be lost, and yet he's basically sitting there, saying, let's just do this, and this. But unfortunately, literally, slowly but surely, you're going to see some problems. And yet, no one cares. Everyone cares about themselves. I'm worried so much about the American people. It's not funny. People running out of money, people running out of housing, going through all these advocacy groups. And I'm sitting here stressing. My heart's stressing. You don't know how hard it is. My heart's stressing. I told my advocate the other day that everything's planned just in case something happens to me before or after Christmas, if my heart gives out. Not, anything else. I'm not the type of person that does what my wife did. She hung herself. But literally, my heart's failing. I can tell. Literally, I can literally tell. I'm losing weight. I'm stressing. I'm physically exhausted. Literally, Dad's playing movies, and I'm like this. Oh yeah, this movie's about borderlines, bipolars, and horny bitches in England in 1934, and I'm watching it going, oh wow, this is great. Dad's like, Well, it meant so much to me, kid. And I'm half out of it. I get 60%, and I wake up, and I'm like, I mean, literally, the movie was boring, okay? Literally, I finished it because it was free. And then I finished the Nutcracker. It was free. And then I finished another two. And then afterwards, I passed out for 5 hours and woke up and being like, I mean, literally, I spent, all yesterday morning. Old man's like, how's your Bible doing? Well, from Matthew to Colossians, that tells you I'm halfway through the New Testament. And yet, I asked him if Ecclesiastics is good to read, and he's like, well, it's not in there. Well, what about Proverbs? Oh, it's not in there. What about, you could. He recommends Proverbs. It might help me with my family issues. Right. I mean, literally. And I'm stressing, struggling, hurting, and hurting. It's like someone put a spike in me, kept twisting and turning, and my guts are falling out. I mean, literally, I'm just waiting for it to end. I mean, literally, I got Chloe. It's always making, there's a dollar for tape. There goes some more money. All right, I'll go get you 6 rolls of tape. At least keeps her busy. I mean, literally, we're this close to Christmas, And then she's basically depressing me. I mean, literally, her mom basically did the right thing in the world, literally laying down the law. By the way, it's getting nippy in here, which, by the way, I'm worried about the electric bill. I'll tell you about that story. So last night, I was basically talking to dear old Papa, Dad. It's windy and rainy, and these windows aren't energy efficient windows. So we have like 25-mile-per-hour gusts outside. It's fucking raining, right? So what happened was, dear old dad turns around, right? And we're talking, right? He's on Zoom with me. He's like, what are you doing? You can't get up away from the camera. I mean, I'm like, for example, I have my desktop, right? And I have it going. And he turns around and says, you can't get up and do this. You got to listen and watch what we're watching, right? Some comedian thing, right? And I'm sitting there, right? I'm like, Dad, I'm fucking cold. I mean, literally, you can fucking bumble up. Well, you need a lot more sweatshirts. I got one right over there, but I don't use it. I'd rather use the heater. He's saying to save electricity, be a tightwad. Wear this, don't, wear this, right? A day without wine is like whatever, right? I mean, literally, he's like, have it on hand, right? Yeah, I'm cold. So what do I do? I turn the heater on, right? I'm watching this boring shit ass movie, and I'm like, fall asleep, right? So then he gets done. He's like, ready for the next movie? He's zooming and zooming, zooming. Finally, he says, oh, you must have fell asleep again. I'm very disappointed in you, kid. You're falling asleep during a movie time, right? Well, if you'd play religious movies, maybe I'd be more interested. Or blood and gut movies, Chloe would be interested. Instead, my wonky schedule is, I was basically doing it, and then you enrolled me in 4 courses at school. And then I had to be up for 3 o'clock. Then I'd go to bed at 4 o'clock. And then I'd be up at, for another course at noon. He's like, don't forget, we got a school tomorrow. So I got church and then another online church. I got 4 online churches. Why don't you join the online church? Because I don't want to waste my time. Well, anyways, and we have our wrap up of our school because of it. And then he's like, don't forget, you need some bread. Really? Like, I'm going to go see Chloe out to go get me some, a baguette and some wine to do the sacrament. I mean, literally. I mean, there's not many places sell wine. I like wine for the Christmas dinner, but. And yet, the old man's like, oh, well, I mean, it's like the stimulus check. Everyone wants stimulus checks, but everyone's not willing to, I mean, literally, the thing is, it's kick the can, But the old man, right? I left the heater on till 4 in the morning. So like 9 o'clock to 4. So 9 to 5, right? 7 hours, right? I woke up and I was sweltering under the blankets. Chloe's in her room like, look, I got your wrapping done. And then she started in on me. I'm sitting there going, Chloe, the heater's controls over there. Oh, yeah. I'm like, look, we've had the heater on for 7 hours at 90 degrees. The entire house is sweltering, right? So it basically, over the course of like 12 hours, the temperature literally drops basically down. And then the wind, because they never sealed the windows properly, it's not energy efficient windows. We have all that cold air, so it freezes at times. But we've had a mild winter so far. What does she do? She turns around and it's like, well, I didn't want to bother you, really. And yet she's out there going, "Ugh, it's so hot." And I'm like, that's why, And then she's like, the electric bill. Well, that's my fault. But at least, I woke up overheating, and the old man was like, oh, I'm so disappointed in you. I mean, it's like everyone's disappointed in me. I mean, literally, old man's disappointed because my schedule's wonky because I'm trying to avoid arguments with Chloe. Then my old man's upset because, I'm sleeping, and everyone's upset at me because disappointed I can't give a timeline for stimulus. They're like, oh, yeah, well, La Lake's really awesome. We got $1,200. You're a piece of crap. Really? So far, they're kicking the can. I've been telling you since May you ain't gonna see Jack Diddley poop yet, and yet, well, you're completely inaccurate. Really? Then don't subscribe to me. And then other people are like, oh, they're only decorating 600. It'll be 1,200. No, it won't. Or are they gonna get the extra cash to cover the 600? Huh? I mean, literally, they're trying to freaking cut it down as much as possible, but they're dickering. You got one problem, you got another problem. Then that one's solved, another one comes up. Then they keep delaying it. By the time freaking they get around to passing something after Christmas, where everyone's gonna be royally pissed off at their representatives because they didn't get a check before Christmas. They had since May, like what, 15th or something, May 17th to get it done, and three 500 under $500 billion bills have failed. Now they're doing a $918 billion bill, or give or take, $2 billion. And yet, yeah, and yet, everyone's out for themselves, and if people get pissed at me like that Jimmy guy, it's Jimmy, we're going to stimulus check tomorrow. The news is out there. I mean, literally, you don't see me clickbaiting it. Anyone who clickbaits from those son of a bitches should be basically letting the bastard basically win over your hard-earned money. Even though you're not paying it, Google will. I mean, literally, Google, you guys click on them. Me, I don't even do it anymore. I watch one guy who's basically semi-accurate, but then again, with me, I'm basically going through 18 hours plus of newsfeed, phones going through whatever. So when it comes up, oh, breaking news, through my newspaper channels, I'll read it like today. I mean, literally, you got a roadblock here and a roadblock there. Where's your money? Your money's not around. I mean, literally. And then everyone's got these ideas of what they're going to spend it on. Really? Ideas how to spend magical money you don't have yet? Well, my husband gave me the Hello Kitty tank top, but no, I mean, everywhere I go, there's people basically magically spending money. I mean, literally. Chloe goes and cancels her all these gift cards last night with her family out of anger, right? And then turns around, she says, I need you to go and look up videos and stuff and see what you want so you and I want so we can buy you extra gifts. I'm not in the mood to buy gifts right now. I mean, literally, I'm fucking depressed. I mean, literally, I wake up, I'm reading a Bible. The old man's like, you're a disappointment, Rita. You're a big disappointment. You're sleeping during movie time. If you chose something that would be more entertaining than some woman abusing a guy who claims that I'm the guy in the movie that's being abused by a little abusive thingy. I mean, literally, the woman took advantage of the guy. So dad's like, you're basically in the storyline, the guy. And then, yeah, I mean, literally, I mean, falling asleep. I mean, literally. I mean, you can't, I mean, look, my cousin Dinky's always telling me, if you're tired, you go to sleep. 20 hours up, you're sitting there like, oh, great. I can drink the Coca-Cola, I can drink the Pepsi, I can drink the energy drink and stay up 6 hours. Instead, I'm like, oh, yeah, that was a great movie. And next thing you know, I'm out like the light, and Chloe's like, oh, Rita's sleeping, the movie's going. And I told him, if you basically sit there, okay, and dad doesn't get the message from you, Rita's sleeping. And he's going to be waiting for an hour on Zoom. And then he realizes, you're a disappointment. You took my time away from my TV. Really? Well, you're the one that basically wants it at 9 o'clock at night, and you go to bed at like 7 Eastern time, so 4. I mean, literally, then you nag at me at, oh, it's 4 in the morning, I'm going to get the garbage out. I love dad no matter what. But the thing is, you'd think that he'd have some common sense. I mean, literally, tells me I have the shack on the brain. Rudy, you have the shack on the brain. Well, I don't care, Dad. The Shack is a good book. Plain and simple. You don't see me complaining. Nope. Matter of fact, the only one complaining is him. I mean, I buy a nice book, and I'm really, really into it. And what's he do? Well, here we go. Let's put the book cover back on it. I finished it recently. Good book, by the way. Movie. It's better than the movie, in my opinion, but Dad and I had arguments on it. But, I mean, literally, I'm basically sleeping different hours doing this. And then I got other responsibilities on my plate. People ask me, when do we get our $600? Soon. I mean, life is about more than about money. I mean, yeah, everyone needs it right now, but the problem is no one knows when. I don't know. I mean, I got 6 days to Christmas. I got people telling me to stay on the alert for Christmas presents. Cousin, my sister, oh, you got more presents coming, Rita, and this is my cousin Dinky here. It's actually my sister in Colorado, my blood sister. And I'm standing around going, okay. And meanwhile, I got to stay here. And then I hear Chloe, oh, we're almost out of tape. Fine, we'll get more tape. Anything else you need? I mean, literally. And on top of all the stress and depression, I keep hearing Chloe complaining to her mom. Her mom's like, good for you. So you basically called the family white trash, and now you're not welcome to dinner. Maybe you learn to control your temper. Well, I'm hoping they'd forgive me. And yet she turns around and says, really, you're going to basically rip Rita a new one when that computer comes to Rita because you didn't earn it. I told Rita literally not to let you manipulate and try to weasel your way into something that you can't do. I mean, her mom's basically stating that Chloe needs a group home. Well, look at you. You can't cook, you can't clean, you can't make a decision. I mean, this was all in today, and I'm trying to read my Bible, and I'm laughing my ass off at dear old mom. Chloe gets mad, and she's like, I'm taking away the gift cards from my family. They also put me in a group home. I mean, literally. I mean, she turns around and gets angry, right? The old man knows that the only way I can save my apartment more likely is a restraining order if it comes down that pipe, if it comes down that way. But I don't want my Christmas ruined. Literally. I mean, literally, Chloe's mom's like, Rita's not going to ignore you at Christmas time. She'll work around a tablet, phone, whatever, free Wi-Fi. She'll make sure you're okay, even if she's with the family. And then I got that on my plate. Dear old mom, right? And your old mom's like, well, why don't you buy Rita her presents? Well, I did plenty, but I had a last minute list I couldn't fill because I have no money. Well, what about our list? Well, I spent it all on clothes. So you spent all your money on clothes thinking you're a girly girl and, and her mom was basically like, look, group home. And I'm sitting here laughing going, you got to be kidding me, right? I mean, I have enough problems already. I mean, Chloe's made so many threats, right? That my advocates are now asking her what she can and can't do. It's being reported. Chloe's threatened to firebomb the sheriff's department. Chloe's threatened to firebomb the courthouse. Chloe's threatened to firebomb the domestic violence place. Chloe's threatening. It's getting around. Chloe's threatening to kill everyone at the DV place. Chloe's threatened to destroy and firebomb the grocery stores and all the employees. I mean, it's getting back that Chloe's this bad, right? No one knows if she can do it or not, but now we got people sitting there stating, well, look, if Chloe is unstable, right? The diagnosis of no, not the diagnostics of the DMHP, the designated mental health professional, also known as the designated crisis responder, the DCRs, want to commit. And they're like, look, Chloe can make all these threats, but time you get there, Chloe be like, oh yeah, I'm fine, next no. I mean, that's what the officer said, the DCR said in the records. So what happens? You got people sitting there basically saying, look, Rita's being abused. We need a APS intervention. So yeah, I've heard rumors APS is coming out here again. Not just for me, but for Chloe, because Chloe can't clean, can't cook. And I can't clean and cook. Every time I turn around and get ready to clean, I'm basically meeting with a sudden, almost near heart attack and verbal language because she wants to earn a computer. But she sits there and she's like, and so who's the one that basically sitting there? So I'm in the middle of APS coming out. Probably some other organizations I don't know about because it's coming down the pipe. I have my own Intel connections. And yet I'm basically sitting here waiting patiently while waiting to see if I have a heart attack before Christmas and be planted in the ground because of the stress. And yet that's all it is pure stress, Christmas stress and, whatever stress. And, you know, and I mean, my old man's like Chloe's going in circles, and then everyone else in the stimulus check thinks, "Oh, we need 1,200, we need $2,000." I mean, look, we need more than $2,000 per person. I mean, some people could survive a lot better than others, but think of it this way: six people say, "Oh, $600 is fine. I'm not greedy." Well, what about the rest of the world? Hey, Ma, how you doing? Aunt Tara says she loves you. Come here. Oh, you're wet. Were you on the way? Was it raining out, our little guy? Well, we'll make sure the heater's on. You can drive. Aunt Tara loves him. I don't know. I mean, I like the Christmas Story 1 and 2, but I haven't watched many Christmas stories, Grandma, due to the fact I'm stressing too much over everything else, Yeah, well, good night, Cam. Enjoy your nap. I'm not going to be spending 12 hours on YouTube, sorry to say. I mean, literally. Look, let me tell you what I think, okay? Before anyone sits there and says, what am I talking about? I'll tell you what's going on, all right? So Hannah Bug, moderator Hannah Bug, messaged me. Bless her heart. She's having a Christmas today. Her family's together. I can't tell everything. I don't know. But she's like, well, if you're on live for 5 to 12 hours, I can tell you. I'm not going to be wasting fucking 5 to 12 hours on YouTube talking about stimulus checks. I'd rather get my dishes done, make my dinner, climb into bed, and not do anything for the rest of the night because I'm too damn depressed. Why? Because I got fucking too many people telling me, stay or wait for packages, and we'll do this, and we need tape, and, this and that. Well, maybe, but I don't like fucking everyone every time I turn around and the fucking kitchen table's got a box filled up because someone basically thinks it's easy to throw crap in a box and be like, go through it. I mean, literally. No, if you're gonna be on 5 to 12 hours, hon, I will tell you what needs to be done. See, this is how moody I am. I mean, literally, moody as moody can be. And then people asking, well, Rita, what do you need for Christmas? Really? I don't really need, I mean, literally, Hannah said, I thought I needed a blanket. Other people thought I needed stuff I could use. That's true. I mean, look, I need ink for my printers. I'm waiting till payday. It's on the shopping list, ink. I need more paper for my printer. No problem. I'm getting, I mean, those are little things that I could use right now, for my letters and everything, book stamps or roll of stamps. That'd be a great Christmas present, Small things like that make the world go round with me. Simple things. Yet, I'm sitting here waiting for people to sit there and be like, look at my old man. He had like 6 videos he wanted me to watch in the next week. He wanted me to pay for them through a gift card through Amazon. I'm not paying for any more movies this month. I mean, literally, I got to be penny pinching. It's like everywhere I go, people think, I don't have any racing thoughts right now. That's the thing. I got Hannah basically. Hannah's basically, I got to do my dip. That's why. Hannah basically said she wants me on Grandma for 5 to 12 hours. By the way, I'm racing thoughts. No, that'd be bipolar. I'm not bipolar. I'm just depressed. Depressed because I'm living in a place where I can't clean my own damn apartment, and I got APS or CPS or whatever coming down my throat. Not to mention everything else coming down the pipe at Christmas time. I mean, I'd like to live comfortably where I don't have to be depressed. And finished up before Christmas, I'll have that new Bible Dad bought me read and another one in the mix. Everyone says, oh, you have racing thoughts, you're bipolar. Really? That's interesting to know. I'm just pissed off at fucking, oh, Hannah wants me on for 12 hours. I don't want to be waste my damn time for 12 fucking hours. Literally, I hate fucking being on this for that damn long. And my mind ain't racing. Old man wants me to spend more money. It's like everywhere I go, people think I'm a bank. I love my family and I love my moderators. They're great people. And I got a fat little slub little bun. Oh, well, I try not to have depression. Doggos for life. Well, hello, doggos for life. Hannah is, like I said, with her family tonight, Dinky. Hannah's with her family right now. It's been there all day. She was supposed to be around her family around 9 a.m. My time and having a big get-together at her cabin. And so, giving gifts and presents and everything else. And, that's it, I like the refrigerator. This refrigerator was put in after the old one caught on fire. We moved in within a week. We lost so much groceries. They finally replaced it, but they weren't happy about replacing the refrigerator. Hold on. So the thing is, one of my mods basically said, they typed in assholes, and apparently it deleted it. So moderators can say what they want. Show them the hubby. Fine. My hubby is right here, okay? What's left of it? Memory of my husband, all right? That was my husband. Currently, my husband's in an urn right over there. That's the other reason I'm depressed. Need to dust him off. Hubby's probably sitting there going, Winch, you need to dust me off once in a while, my special rose. My husband. He's my special rose. Another reason why I think Christmas stinks at times. My husband's no longer with me. My husband would have had so many things done by now, it wouldn't even be funny. I miss my dear old dad. No, my husband was a badass. He was also a guy who they called out on the football field. He'd mow down everything. He was basically strong. Loved cigars. The only thing he had a soft spot for was me. Otherwise, he was a badass with everything else. Anyways. So my cousin said to me, no one's mad. I didn't say mad, all right? I didn't say my family's angry with me, Dinky. What I said was I'm depressed. I'm depressed because I got to sit here at home, okay? Sit here at home. Waiting for packages. And only hearing Chloe once in a while say, oh, we need to get more tape. So I order more tape. Now I'm waiting for more tape to come in. Meanwhile, I got to send her to Ace to get more tape. Meanwhile, I'm getting ready for Christmas. No problem. But my depression's getting bad because I can't clean my own fucking apartment. Literally. And you say, oh, don't get mad. Take a chill pill. How do you take a chill pill, sis? when you know fucking APS is coming down the door again. Literally. Thanks to it getting around town that Chloe's making threats. Not against, just law enforcement, but threats against the domestic violence building. Firebombing them, firebombing the grocery store, firebombing this, firebombing that. I mean, literally, yes, we know Chloe's got a temper. But why should I be in the middle of it? Why should I? I mean, I basically asked. DCR won't do anything. I mean, Chloe gets violent, right? I'm supposed to call 911. Then I'm supposed to call my advocate. And my advocate's supposed to call the DCR. So 3 fucking calls just to get her help. And then he said it might not do any good. So in the meantime, I'm sitting here being depressed because I got Dad who's telling me I'm disappointed. He's disappointed in me because I won't rent movies. And 2 is he's disappointed in me because I'm falling asleep during movies. I mean, literally. And 3 is no one knows this, but I'm having a health problem. I was telling Chloe's like, oh, there must be nothing wrong with you, right? What would I tell you for the last 3 months? Okay, I've been eating like a pig, sweet sugars, everything. I'm running on my treadmill, losing weight now, cutting out sugars as much as possible, saving on soda. And yet, here's the kicker. And yet, with APS coming and all this crap, I'm worried. I mean, I literally hear people talking about how APS needs to investigate Chloe. Chloe spent $1,500 on a bike she's used once. Spent $1,500 on a trike for me. I got it home. I'm putting a motor on mine. Spent $500 on a trailer that's parked in my thing. Likes to spend money, but doesn't like to do much clean. And yet, people tell me to take a chill pill, and yet I'm fucking depressed because I got fucking APS. I've heard that APS is coming down the pipe again. As well as a few other damn things. Literally, my sister Teddy's like, make sure to be home to make sure no one steals your presents. So I'm basically done. And I got other people emailing me, asking me what am I going to spend $600 for. Magically? I don't know. Until $600 is in my hands, I can't basically sit there and say I'm going to spend it. Everyone knows that Chloe and I had money would basically restock. We don't know when this pandemic's going to end. I mean, literally, I'm really upset at Jose. He can't tell me for 9 months a guy who is working double and triple shifts or even quad shifts, making more money than most people, probably making more money than my cousin right now, and yet he doesn't have a dime. Makes you wonder. I keep funneling coffee and gifts to everyone being happy because I love giving presents, and yet not asking for anything in return. And yet he finally comes to me today and says, I don't have any money. And I'm going, you're telling me there's 6 days for Christmas? If you needed something more, I could have done it. I could have doubled up on your coffee so you at least had coffee. Or sent you a Christmas ham. I mean, that's how good golden my heart is. And yeah, I love my family dearly. But yeah, the depression is APS coming. And the lady basically said she had no choice. She's a mandated reporter. Now, all the rumors going around, she's threatening the lives of people that run the domestic violence advocacy group and other places. And yet, I'm sitting here thinking, they claim Chloe can't make decisions. So she's a rebel or this or that. I mean, literally, I want to live in peace. And, I have someone tell me I'm a disappointment because I'm falling asleep of useless movies that I don't want to watch. Oh, this lady here abuses guys. This lady here abuses guys. 2 versions of it. Oh, yeah, no problem. Then I won't rent movies. The old man's got access to all the streaming services I have, and I've given it to him free of charge. I've given him the entertainment year-round, and so he can't complain and say, oh, well, So, with me being depressed, I feel like I'm hitting rock bottom at times, because, but, then they're saying, like the advocate, well, Chloe spent $1,500 on bikes not using. That's wasting money. Chloe spent $500 on a trailer for Moppy and camping gear and this and that and the other, and then a trike for you. And yet knew you couldn't fucking run it up the hill, so It's sitting in your room taking dust. You could have fucking put a motor on it. Well, I got it ranged, but I mean, every time, and then, people say, well, why are you stressing? Well, the other day I went to Chloe, and I said, Chloe, you took my fucking last package of razors. Well, I didn't think it didn't matter. I'm like, look, you stole my razors. You stole my dip. You don't even ask. You went and bought 5 pies at $50, and I got to eat Dutch apple pie. Didn't even think about it. The thing fell apart, and yet freezer's full. Literally took her 3 days, I think, 2 days to freeze rolls. I'm like, well, can you get in there? I mean, we're ready for Christmas dinner, but it's sad. I love my family. They mean the world to me. And I'm having the responsibility to explain to Chloe's mom that Chloe got mad because 6 days before Christmas, Grandma, and yet there is no Christmas presents or gift cards that Chloe usually gets. Their old mom's just like, oh, we're going to send you some presents. And yet her mom's basically saying, look, you did this to yourself, Chloe. If APS comes, you did it to yourself. If you end up in a group home, you did this to yourself. You can't manage your money. You spend $1,500 on a bike saying you can run around the island, even though we got lots of hills. And now Chloe's like, I want to outfit it with a motor. So I have to make arrangements with the bike guy to get 2 motors. And then I got to do this, and I got to do that. And guess who gets the thingy? Responsibilities. Chloe turned around and said, well, we have all these gift cards. Why don't you watch some reviews and choose some games? And yet, what's making me happy is watching religious movies right now to get me through this trying time. I'm talking to Papa. That's what I nicknamed God, Papa, just like in the stand and in the shack. And yet, it's sad, And shout out to Dinky's uncle. I think he said his uncle's watching tonight. So shout out to him from wherever he is, Iowa, Texas, wherever he at. Welcome to my channel. If you can tell me who you are, sir, I'll gladly put a wrench next to your name because if you're connected to Dinky, you deserve to be a moderator, sorry to say. And you hearing what my complaint tonight is, you deserve the wrench. Grandma, if the moderator team was around, they'd probably vote for you to be a moderator too. I'd put a wrench next to your name so you can get rid of some of these people. Cam left, Well, I call them reefers. Reefers for short for refrigerator. Not that it matters. I call it reefers. But I used to have a mini fridge when I was growing up. And no, the APS report was not against me. But the thing is, here's what the APS thing is, Grandma. They want to basically do it in 2 reasons. One is I'm vulnerable because I can't clean. I'm cooking. I'm doing what I can for Chloe, and Chloe's not doing anything except going grocery shopping, spending all her money. So they think she's self-neglecting, not paying half her internet, half her electric bill, spending all her money on out to eat and clothes, and they think Chloe needs what's that word? Intervention. And because of it, I can't clean. I'm cooking all the meals and everything else. And then Chloe goes shopping. That's all she does is shop. But
they're coming out and investigating me.
They're investigating both of us. That's why I told you. You're going to be fucking cranky.
They're coming out.
No one knows. When they knock on the doors, all I know. That's what's panicking me.
And what are they going to do? Bring DCR with them and have...
Look, they can't... Look, Chloe, calm down. They can't bring a DCR because what? The only time they can bring a DCR is if the sheriff comes out for your threats. Whether you threaten to firebomb the stores or threaten to put a brick through them or threaten to kill.
But what do they do if they want to send a group? Or they just have sheriff forces to go with them?
No, the thing is there's 2 reasons APS is investigating. One is they think I'm vulnerable. And then 2 is they think you're vulnerable and self-neglect.
How would they send us to someone to a group home? They do it by police force?
No, I don't know. All I know is I think it's a waste of time is what I'm thinking. Every time the lady comes out, she finds out that I make all the decisions. I do all the decision making. And so they're saying I'm not vulnerable. Yet, these other people are doing the same thing. I mean, literally, she's panicking a group home. Her mom's basically, I think, got her hand in the honey pot. That's the other thing. Their mom doesn't want to deal with her And then Chloe gets mad and says, well, fuck my mom. She doesn't give you those gift cards that Rita sent. I'm canceling them. And Chloe went ahead and did it without my knowledge. So how do I explain to her mom that there is no group homes? I mean, not group homes, gift cards. I mean, literally, Chloe's attitude is, well, the hell with them. They can have Christmas cards and kiss my ass because 6 days before Christmas, yet I don't see any presents from them. The world doesn't revolve around presents. The world doesn't revolve around it. That's why I'm stressing. I mean, I got to live with someone like this. And when I always talk the truth. I don't sugarcoat anything. And yet Chloe turns around, comes out and says, oh, the DCR only comes out if Chloe's threatening her life. Or threatening to destroy someone else's life. And then I'm having bad flashbacks of the past, too, right now, because it's Christmas time, too. That's the other thing depressing me. I told my cousin the other day, it was this morning, she doesn't know the burden I had to do. I had to forgive my mother. It took me about 10 years to forgive her. I lost $250,000 to big screen TVs, arcades, pinballs, video games, you name it. My brother-in-law died in Alaska of a heart attack. She had to died Christmas Day. She had to go up there, and she went to my stepdad and sell everything at Rita's. I want to go to Alaska. He wrote me and says, I'm just the messenger. I was angry at my mother because my mother and my sister had their hand in the honey pot. 2 sisters and my mother. My one sister disowned me. My other sister disowned me and had her hand in the honey pot. My one sister had APS on my ass because my mom wouldn't get rid of a ring that could pay off her funeral and everything. So guess who got basically visited? Was APS. First time my husband got me out of it. And yet, they think I'm vulnerable. And yet, I can't clean because it takes away from Chloe earning her laptop. And yet, I can't. Another problem is the toilet's broken. Every time you take a shit, you got to fucking fill up a 3-gallon soup pot that I have to dump water in the toilet so it goes down. And sometimes it's plugged. Like the other day, Chloe's like, oh, I don't know how the plunger works. I'm sitting there going, getting it done. I mean, literally, all these things. And the neighbors, the advocates know the toilet's down. The advocate hears from the neighbor who supposedly sexually assaulted Chloe that Chloe is so angry. Chloe thinks that the advocates want me to date this lady or marry this lady or have a child with this lady or take care of this lady or, so Chloe gets violent and threatens to kill this lady or kill this advocate or kill this or kill that or do this or do that or, all this stuff stacked up. And the only thing they can say is, well, a restraining order is the best thing for you. Yeah. I always was taught to forgive, but it takes a long time to forgive someone, especially when you lose all your property. And at the same time, you lost your wife who committed suicide because we lost her property. I blame myself for going home. Otherwise, I'd be still in Australia. But then I wouldn't have met my husband, which I miss dearly, Christmas time. It's like too many responsibilities for me, stacked on a plate, I just want to relax, live in peace, not being yelled at over, having someone get mad and come out and say, oh, group home. No, her mom wants her in a group home. It's all over in the medical record. Same goes with her mom and everyone in the medical record saying she can't handle money. Yet, that's one reason why advocates are saying she can't handle money. She spends $1,500 on a bike, $500 on a doggy trailer, camping gear she ain't using, a new camera she won't use, all the lenses, another camera she bought. She ain't using a book for 3 books on photography she ain't reading. I've read the books. I've done everything I can, but still, everything falls on me. So I'm doing everything I can during a pandemic to survive. And, then you have the people asking me, oh, what are you going to do with $600? No, don't have it in my hand yet. Otherwise, I'd be spending money. Maybe buying more lamb. Not that I need lamb. I got 8 lambs coming. Or more groceries or whatever, advocates get upset that my shaving cream's gone. My shaving gel's been taken. My dip's taken. My, whatever. Food's been eating. Literally. And they're like, oh, well, we've heard from the neighbors. Well, I'm a mandated reporter. I have to report this to APS. Really? You have to report it? I mean, if I tell her not to do it, I'm basically violating the law by saying, interfering, which is a felony. So I got to sit back and let that lady show up on the door so I can explain what's going on. Meanwhile, I got to. Sorry. It's just so many responsibilities. Yeah, well, it's okay to fall asleep. I mean, look at Dad. He's angry, depressed at me because I didn't watch the movie. I had to watch it again when he wasn't around because I fell asleep. Because A, I was tired, 20 hours up, and B, I'm dealing with everything else. I mean, literally, Dad turns around in this new ministry schooling course we're doing, and he asks the minister what to do. He says, "Oh, I have a family member that this," and then they're like, "Oh, well, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh my God, you had to talk about it with me present." It was like he had the perfect option to ask the question and ask the group. And all these people are from Kentucky, and yet the minister's Kentuckian. And he's like, oh, well, you're a great guy, John, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going, oh my God, you didn't ask this, you know. Well, yeah. So APS, like I said, let me explain it. They think I'm vulnerable. Okay, they think Chloe's vulnerable. Chloe spends too much money. They think she's vulnerable. She basically takes everything that I buy for herself and thinks she needs it. So again, she's vulnerable. Me? Oh, I mean, literally. The other day, I was telling Chloe's mom in an email that I'm tempted to buy her a year supply of razors because Chloe basically keeps taking mine, put them in a stocking stuffer, wrapping them up on the Christmas tree, all this stuff. I mean, it's, all these things on mine, and I talked to the advocate nicely, and I'm like, look, I told the advocate recently on Zoom. Like I said, what upsets me is the mental clinics, the mental hospitals, everything like this, Grandma, turns around. What do? They say, oh, well, we can't medicate Chloe because Chloe refuses medication. She just gets in the hospital, takes the meds, and then throws them away when she gets home. So we're done taking care of her. That's your responsibility. So Chloe knows. Chloe knows it. It's like they basically say, well, we don't want to deal with her. It's your problem. Her mom's a piece of work. Same thing. Like, oh, well, if Rita's family doesn't want you around because of your temper, then you have to stay home. And Chloe's like, well, I'm going to go and get drunk on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Alcohol doesn't solve anything. I know this. My mom died. I spent 6 months drinking Jim Beam straight while watching Titanic for 6 months straight. My husband had to get me out of that damn slump. No one knows that. I was 6 months pure alcoholic. I wouldn't listen to anything. I'd eat fucking one meal and I'd stay in. The only time I'd leave my apartment would be to go out and get more Jim Beam. And then I'd go back in. I never saw my Uncle Donnie for 6 months. I was like, fuck it. Mom's dead. I don't care. Why my wife died, I was an alcoholic. My mom encouraged drinking. One day my brother-in-law talked to me on the phone, told me your wife hung herself. I went to my mother and said I was crying. My mother, she was just drinking her wine, reading, and didn't even click in till around 9 in the morning when she ran to my room on the other side of the house. Wood stove's going. I'm sitting there. She ran in. She says, repeat it again about this morning, Rita. I said, Fiona hung herself 6 weeks ago, and I just found out. My mom went out and bought a shit pot full of vodka and half-gallon jugs. Kept drinking orange juice and saying, you need to cry yourself to sleep. My husband died. My husband had cases of gin, vodka, tequilas, scotches, bourbons, you name it. He had cases stacked up in his closets, his room. I didn't know. So when I went through it, I found out all this alcohol. I was drinking it. I said, fuck it, I'm drinking it. Every night I'd walk the dogs. My neighbor was like a adopted mother to me, kept me in the back, like a mother sister type figure, kept me going through the back alley so the police wouldn't get us because she didn't want me arrested for staggering around in the middle of the night, walking the dog after Aaron died. I gave up alcohol recently because 99% of it, because I just don't like the feeling of it. But I used to use alcohol as a coping mechanism for Chloe and for the death of my mother and the death of Fiona and the death of hubby. And yet no one knows that. So once the dishwasher is done, I gotta let the steam out, wash up some more pans, and get prepared for another round of Little Smokies for dinner. When those are out, well, it'll be out tomorrow night, Sunday. So Monday the 21st onwards, I'll figure something else out to eat. Mac and cheese for a few nights. I got ham Christmas Day. It's one day she should get over herself. She doesn't get over anything. That's the thing. I told Chloe the other day it took me 10 years to forgive my mother and my property being sold. 10 years. My family said, well, no wonder why I don't want to give part with anything. You buy something to use and yet either it gets stolen or whatever, but she doesn't get over anything. It's like when we got our medical records one day and I'm reading what her mom said to the social workers at the hospital. Needs group home, can't manage money, needs group home, needs medications, can't give up, can't forgive anyone, lives in hatred. I lived in hatred for 10 years. My husband got me through it. Hell, one time I told my mother she would die of lung cancer out of anger. She died of lung cancer. You know how much that hurt? I know my mother forgives me for saying that, but at the time I said it out of anger. Remember, me and my husband made a joke once that we knew this guy, my mom's boyfriend. We told him, you know, if you keep doing this, dude, you're gonna die in your lazy boy chair in front of your big screen TV, which was like a 90-inch. One day we got out of the airport. My mom picked me up and said, well, you guys would be welcome to the funeral, but they don't like intersex people or trans people or gay people. So we're going to go to the funeral, but you don't get to say goodbye because of it. Oh, don't worry. It's life, right? And yet he died in his easy chair 3 weeks. We told him 3 weeks previous he was going to die in his lazy chair. What did he do? Massive heart attack in the lazy boy. His son drove him to the hospital, and then he slumped over in the car and said, I say goodbye to you, my son. That was it. He just told my husband, need to exercise more, otherwise you'll die early, He died. Hell, I had to ask for Papa, God, for forgiveness because I blamed Jesus and him for taking Aaron away. Eating, Ebony? Yes, mommy. It is my problem because no one else wants the problem. That's the real problem, you know. I mean, literally, you heard her. She came out and was questioning APS and DCRs. DCR won't come out unless she's threatening herself. The lady told me I'm so desensitized towards violence, it doesn't matter. You know, my dad's trying to get me through with religion. That's why I'm so desensitized, because Chloe can make threats and it just goes in one ear and out the other. Like, yeah, you're threatening to hang yourself. You're threatening to stab yourself. Old man said the same thing, you know. I mean, literally, I've been through so much hell, and yet I'm still standing strong. I got family that back me up, you know, the family that, you know, it's so. Yeah, well, you know, my cousin Dinky's right. You know, she said, you know, depressed because everyone. Yeah, well, I'm depressed because uh, you got dad doing one thing. You got family, not Dinky. Dinky's cool. She's not the problem. Family telling me stay home, wait for packages to come in, like my sister Teddy's presents, and yet I'm standing around waiting. You know, and you know, no, I haven't yet. I told dad about it, but he doesn't have HBO. I was gonna watch it tonight with Chloe. Couldn't clean this place even if you tried, sis. The reason for it is her room is a fucking mess. Literally. You can't even walk around. She's got enough room to, I mean, her room would be the fucking. I mean, she's got clothes piled everywhere. She doesn't want to hang them up. She wants to, in case she has to leave quickly, she wants them all in little suitcases, you know. My cousin said have Chloe leave Christmas Day and we'd clean the place. It's not your job to clean at Christmas Day, sis. Your job is to have dinner with me. Your job's not to clean my place. I mean, literally, take all day to clean this damn place. I'd have to go through boxes and everything else, you know. It's just too much work. I can't do it because, that takes away Chloe's laptop money. So she can have a laptop. Gore. Yeah, well, I mean, to me, I'm not into violence. I mean, I went to watch a religious movie this morning, found out it was gone, so I had to choose another religious movie. She loves gore, she loves watching Indians like Dances with Wolves where they're scalping people, and she's like, "Oh, I want to scalp the managers at the grocery stores." What type of person talks that anger about scalping someone? I gotta make up another batch of coffee soon too. I got chocolate coffee, by the way, everyone. I'm due for another 4 cups. And my cousin, I love my cousin, right? My cousin's been patient with me. I'm sitting here emailing a guy, right? On fly rods. I email him. I'm like, hey, what's the status of these 2 rods I paid for? Emails, oh, we're still waiting for them to come in from China. Yeah, it took me 6 weeks for my legendary fly rod to be brought in. 6 weeks. It was made in 3 weeks, but it took a while. So it took 6 weeks. $1,250 rod, right? This was the rod that really upset Jose. Literally. Jose's like, oh, I'll buy you a fly rod. I'll buy you a fly rod for your birthday, and I said, don't bother. He says, what? I said, because I bought this one. Found out the price. He was down. He's like, oh, well, that's not cool. $1,200. $1,250 right here. you know, this is the rod I want to take with me to go fly fishing with Corey, see who can catch more fish, it was a joke. And yet, I'm waiting patiently, so I felt bad, so I ordered some extra presents for my cousin to make it up to him while we're waiting patiently, And yet, my presents, my first set of presents for Pee Wee didn't come in. The second set I had to sign for. They didn't. She's pissed about that. No signature required. And then my family's presents never came in. And this morning they said, "Oh well, what do you want? The little coffee machine was cool, but it needs pods. I ain't gonna spend money for pods right now. I don't have I'm saving the money, And yet, it's like I told my family, what's the best present in the world is having them with me for Christmas. Well, what's really sad is, I don't sugarcoat anything, and yet, Grandma, they found out Chloe called them white trash. Well, Chloe said it out of anger. I forgive, but the thing is, Chloe's going to be getting drunk Christmas Day, spending all day drunk and playing online computer games. And yet, and Jose tells me today, "Oh, I don't have money." Well, then I would have gotten you double the amount of coffee just because, This came with an extra tip, which is extra protection. 2 tips, beautiful rod, using shotgun grade walnut for the wood insert. I chose this specific one. It's an anniversary edition. 50 years this company's been in business, and yet it's not about how much stuff you acquire. The question about EPS thing, they also think that Chloe spent too much money on Amazon, stockpiling cases and cases and cases, Grandma, hand sanitizer, toilet paper, paper towels, and canned goods. Once a month, we supply about 100 cans of raviolis or baked beans or whatever, And yet, they think that's too much money spent. So she spent too much money. Chloe told me to order this stuff for her, so I did. I think Chloe's vulnerable. All I want to do is live in peace. Read my Bible in peace. Watch my TV in peace. Play my games in peace. Chloe turned around and she said, between my depression keeping me from gaming and all the responsibilities, it's hard, And just to tell Chloe, oh, go out Christmas. Where's she going to go Christmas, huh? Might rain, might snow, might whatever, right? I can't send Chloe away from her home on Christmas Day to clean this place. To me, it's unfair because, one, it takes away from Chloe's abilities to earn her laptop. I mean, with 2 of us or 3 of us, it wouldn't take too long. But still, it's not my family's job to come all the way up here and spend Christmas with me so they can clean. It's not their job to clean. Their job is to sit back, watch TV, read books, play card games, board games, whatever, instead of, Now, the stimulus thing, people shouldn't be, people know when I basically do a stimulus video, it's non-sugar coated either. It's like, you're going to get $600. If then, in the meantime, just write it out. I mean, the best course of action, and everyone calls me this, I'm the patience of a saint. I'm waiting for 5 games to be on pre-ordered waiting for it to pre-order them, and yet pre-ordering. Oh, what we got here? So this guy keeps clogging my email up. Dad's friend who's single. He's a former teacher and does special ed, so he knows every musical instrument out there. He's played them all, so he's an expert. And yet he clogs up my email with, oh yeah, it's like I really don't want to hear about a guy that Dad's gonna give half his income to, because he feels bad for this guy. And yet I'm on disability, so Dad might be worth $10 million, right? And yet he wants to give half the money to this guy and half the money to his niece. Yet doesn't want me having anything. No offense, I don't need money anyways. But he thinks that it's not right to give me any funds because the government will take it all and to pay back Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and whatever else, blah, 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 blah. So guess what? I get screwed. And so he's like, oh, well, and his niece wants him dead so she can move to fucking New Mexico to be with her lesbian friends. And yet, I do more for Dad than anyone, and yet I'm the one that gets basically being like, oh yeah, you give for your heart, but I don't want my wealth to go to you because Social Security will take it away. By the way, I got a beautiful baby Shih Tzu sitting right there. I call him Baby Shih Tzu. Hey, Mop. How you doing? You sleepy? Oh, you're wet. But you know what? I don't care if you're wet on my bed. You're just a dog, and I accept that. I gotta get this coffee made. So I got plates ready. I still got this to clean. You know what? I'll do this soon. Let me get that coffee made. Love the coffee, by the way. I gotta make up some powdered milk tonight, I think, too. That's another project I do, make powdered milk. Just to convince Chloe to leave will just be a needle in a haystack, And what upsets me the most about this whole stimulus problem is that people out there go to these clickbaiters and pray that they get a check right before Christmas so they can go buy Christmas presents, not realizing it's going to take 2 to 3 weeks for them to issue the checks through the Treasury Department. So again, it's basically a massive holdup, So I got one bowl and some silverware, a couple things, a couple pie pans to do. I want to do it before it gets too late. The manager complains that it's past time for the dishwasher, Her money she gets from disability insurance, and she spends it, whatever she wants, Grandma. So, she got mad a couple weeks ago, and might have been a week ago, but anyways, she called up her Direct Express card. That's where funds go on to, and she found out she had $4, and she was in panic mode. So it took her half an hour plus to get onto her computer to get a password so I can go through the accounting to find out what she spent. She ate out. She bought clothes at 2 clothing places, equaling over almost $500. And then she was panicked. Her Christmas presents, she couldn't buy anything for me or her parents or her grandparents. And so I took care of it. Well, last night she got mad because no one's claiming their gift cards for me, their Amazon gift cards. So she canceled it all this morning, saying, fuck it, Her mom basically said, well, if you want to come home, you pay for it yourself, and you should go visit Grandpa because we don't know how long he's going to be around, the other thing is you can try to get down to um, Eugene, where your grandpa is, but he doesn't want anyone around because of coronavirus. So again, Chloe had a keyword trigger today when her mom said no. Chloe got mad. Her mom said COVID. Chloe got mad and said coronavirus. And so, her mom was like, calm down, And when she had it on speakerphone, I was laughing because her mom basically said, your dad was the guy that changed his gender to female, and yet your dad also was one who said he wanted to change, and he was, he never changed. He was an alcoholic, he was a drug user, he lied, he cheated, he stealed, and yet Chloe's mom was like, we tried to raise you properly, instead Chloe's got the same, mentality set, so mindset, So it's just been bad, And yeah, Chloe's mom is talking about how, well, we'd like to have you for Christmas, but we can't because I'm leaving the next day to go the 26th to Florida. And Chloe got mad and said, well, it's coronavirus. She said, I don't care. I want to go horseback riding in Florida. So they're going to Florida. Chloe's pissy about that and just making much of a mess, I gotta buy more of this soon, too. That's on the shopping list. I buy 2 of them at a time. And there we have it. It's all done. Dishes are done. Then tomorrow I just clean one pie pan or cake pan, So, yeah. Well, I just need to take some time to watch it with her, It's hard, It's not about, all these people are like talking about, wanting Christmas right now, and elderly are complaining they're not bringing enough money in for Social Security, but they are. They're getting extra food stamps, so they're fine. I mean, literally, the ones that are struggling are the ones really hurting, and yet it hurts me. To have people email me and say, "Hey, when are we getting a stimulus?" Even my advocate asks when she's supposed to be getting it, and it's like, And I better run this over to charge mode, change my, you know, charge this up, So, but I'm not spending wee hours in the morning either. Damn, it's raining heavily. I gotta charge that. I'll be right back, everyone. So, anyways, for you guys wondering what happened, I'll tell you what happened. So, my family asked Chloe to leave Christmas Day so they can come over and help me clean, right? It's not their job. So I told Chloe. Chloe turned around and said, "Well, if that's the case, I might have to go check myself to a mental hospital, because she doesn't have anywhere to go." But again, it ain't my family's job to clean either. Powdered milk. There we go. Little chocolate ice cream, Sorry, not chocolate ice cream. Sorry, chocolate coffee. Oh, you want attention again, huh? He's asking for attention, everyone. Hey, come here. So I still can't believe last night. Dad was disappointed in me because I fell asleep in that movie. It was like black and white from 34. I mean, literally, like, I'm really interested in a British movie from 1934, and the heater is up for 7 hours at 90, and I'm sleeping. Got up this morning, read 2 Corinthians all the way to Colossians, and now I'm like sitting back, like, not wanting to devote any time right now to my Bible. So, well, hello, Pee Wee. What's up? So my family turned around Pee Wee and offered Chloe to leave Christmas Day so they can help me clean this place since they're coming up for the holidays. Chloe turned around. I asked her about that. She's like, well, I don't have to check myself into a mental hospital because, I really don't want to leave my home. That's what she said, And then she says, what if I get this place clean before they get here? Well, let's see. She's got to go to Ace Hardware this week, and she's got to go to the internet place to pay the bills. And then she wants to go off island again to get some more supplies at Safeway for me for Christmas, because they do have those little Smokies on sale and stuff. So she's like, so I got groceries to get, internet bill to pay, tape to pick up at either Safeway or Ace Hardware, tape to finish wrapping presents. So she's like, I'll have to coordinate in the next 6 days to make sure I can get this place clean, so they don't come in and, blah, 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 because I said, hey, why don't you let them clean it? Well, she doesn't want to lose her laptop either, so her new laptop. So she's like, what if I, But, you didn't hear the story, Pee-wee, I guess, because my family's been messaging me on Instagram. So the story goes, Pee-wee, besides my dad being disappointed in me because twice this week I fell asleep during movies, stuff that not interested in, more interested in religious movies over gore and guts. Last night was different. I was up 20 hours, and Dad thinks, oh, well, you must be bipolar if you're up 20 hours, and then you're sleeping, I mean, literally, I couldn't keep my eyeballs open. He was watching some black and white jobby, and then he zoomed afterwards, and I was sleeping. And on top of that, my family, they had to reissue a refund for some stuff they got because, it claims it's delivered, right, Pee-wee? And yet it's actually sitting in a warehouse in, like, Burlington. So, Amazon refunded it, and they're like, give me your damn Christmas list, and I told them having them come out is the best present ever. So why should I give them my Christmas list? But you know how it is. And, Chloe's mom today, that was a real hoot too. She finally got a hold of her mom for an hour. Mom's like, well, I got to go. I got to get ready for this big championship game with Ohio State, and your dad's watching it on his new TV. And, Chloe's like, well, Rita's family doesn't want me around for Christmas Eve, Christmas Day because they called them white trash. She's like, well, if I came out to visit you and want time with you, I wouldn't want Rita in the picture. So Rita would respect me, and she's good at respecting people's wishes. You, on the other hand, you told them Rita and her family's white trash. The family doesn't want to know you, so you got to respect that. So I was like, well, what do? I don't get Christmas dinner and stuff. And, her mom's like, look, you brought this upon yourself on your own temper. Yeah, my advocate the other day called the DCR, and the DCR said, unless Chloe's threatening herself or threatening the lives of others, like firebombing grocery stores or the domestic violence advocacy group, there's nothing that can be done. So the advocate and I talked. I said, look, every time Chloe goes to a mental hospital and they discharge her, they put it on my responsibility. I said, that's all they do. They put it on me. Chloe's not medicated. They don't want to deal with it. Chloe's not mentally agitated. They don't want to know her. Chloe, yada, 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 and I gave the law to the DVR, the DV advocate of, domestic violence. She even watched that movie, by the way, Dangerous Son. She's like, I didn't know you have to go through this every day, like Bill, old Bill, William. They're not being renegotiate. Chloe hates that character. What the heck is this? Oh, that looks nice. I want some of those stuff that Hannah showed me. She sent me a picture, So Hannah asked me if I was not going to waste my time 5 to 12 hours for her. It's like, I don't have 12 hours to kill on YouTube. I mean, I have stuff to do, literally dishes and food to cook, movies to watch, and books to read, and games to play. I mean, I got to recalibrate my mind so I can get my gaming in. And that's getting harder and harder, too, because of, responsibilities, I mean, literally, the thing is, it's hard. It's literally hard as hell. It's hard as nails, because, she basically said she's a mandated reporter. She's got to report to the sheriff that Chloe's threatening the domestic violence group, threatening to firebomb the sheriff's office and in the courthouse and firebombing and finding the neighbors or the managers that because she's heard it from other people, finding the management at the grocery store giving their houses firebombs and thrashing them and all this. So she's like, I'm a mandated reporter. I have to report this. And she says, you know as well as I do, you can't interfere with the mandated reporter because it's a felony. So I got to call APS. I got to call APS on you. I got to call APS on Chloe. I got to call the DCR. I got to do this. I got to do that. And Chloe, she basically, I'm not sugarcoating anything. I mean, Chloe has two choices. She either lets this ride its course out or she basically leaves. I mean, those are her only options, and because of it, she's, you know how it is, Pee Wee. So my family, they're just, it's weird. Oh yeah, Chloe can do whatever, but the hotels in this island are closed Christmas Day. That's the thing; they're all closed. I have an entire list of every hotel on this island, and they're all closed Christmas Day. My family had to secure one before Christmas Day so they could stay Christmas Day. And Chloe, she's, we did a Christmas dinner, I mean, she's asked me to do before Christmas dinner or after Christmas dinner, doing the prime rib because she wants prime rib, and it's like, my family wants ham, so we're doing ham, I know my family said the same thing, they could get it done, but problem is they, it's, I don't know, my family was like, let Chloe go somewhere at Christmas. We'll clean that place. It's not my family's job to come all the way up here to visit me to clean, And she, my cousin's like, cheer up, Buttercup. You shouldn't be depressed. I'm depressed because, you got APS and you got, APS and you got, a mandated reporter and you have all this crap. And I'm sitting there going, how's this going to play out? I mean, literally, she's claiming Chloe's vulnerable under the rules that she can't get help for herself, mentally or physically, for doctors. She won't be medicated. She's spending money foolishly. I mean, Chloe went ahead this morning without me knowing because I was sleeping. Got on my computer and went to Amazon's chat box. Apparently, Chloe spilled the beans to me and had all the gift cards to send out to her family refunded because she said that, they've had 19 days to cash in and claim it. And she's like, this is a slap in the face. You give them gifts, they don't take it, and they're sitting on it. So Chloe's like, fuck them. You can have all that money back. Start watching reviews and figuring out what you want to buy with those gift cards. The nearest casino is closed Christmas Day. I asked the casino. They're actually closing Christmas Day, apparently, out here, because I asked them about a hotel in there, again, they're like, oh, we don't have any, we're closed Christmas because I thought my family and I could stay in Anacortes, but there's no hotel, there's no fucking hotel there. So, but, I've done everything I can, so I'm just basically trying to get through things, Yeah, I was supposed to take a bath today, but I didn't get around to it. I got up so early after overheating, and then I went back to bed after watching several movies, passed out for a while. Oh yeah, that's my plan. Chloe's mom thinks I won't ignore Chloe while my family's here. I can always message her, but Chloe's answer is she wants to get drunk. Well, I'm out because she's so depressed that she doesn't get Christmas dinner. And the thing is, she brought it upon herself. I mean, her mom basically said, "Look, I don't want you around because you keep bringing it upon yourself. You've basically been bitching for 4 years that mental health system out there sucks. I warned you not to come out there. Rita's been a saint trying to look after you, and look what happens. You were happy out here, but, we could have got you on disability out here. But no, they kept denying you out here because they didn't think you were autistic or bipolar or borderline. But out there, you've been hospitalized so many times that they just rubber stamped you. And now you basically have all this money, but you don't want to part with any of it to come home. So, you're on your own. So, if you end up basically homeless, you're on your own. We've tried and tried and tried. Her mom, and she was explaining things to her Chloe today, and I just basically laughed a few times because it was on speakerphone, and I agreed. And she's like, "What are you agreeing with my mom?" My mom doesn't know. Her mom's like, look, Rita and I have gone through so much hell with you over the years, me growing up with you and Rita taking over, that you shouldn't be basically using Rita as a whipping post for your temper. Or her family. You were invited to Christmas dinner. You called them white trash. Now, you know, you don't. Her mom basically said, "Look." Her mom said, "I tried to raise you as a good person. Do unto others as you would do to you." We're not religious, but you should follow that golden rule. I tried to tell Chloe, the hatred's killing her, burning her up inside. I lived 10 years out of hatred. One thing or another, I finally had to let it all go. But it took me 10 years, sis, to get over it. After losing all my property and my wife in Australia and everything else, took 10 years to forgive my mother. 10 years. Chloe, she's going to be angry because the grocery store basically told her she's wearing something too damn short and a dong showing. What she hates when we talk about dongs or dicks or penises, because she doesn't want to have one. And she's like, well, yeah, if I can have one, then they can't complain if I'm wearing some short. Yeah, they will, because the little kid would be looking up, seeing just a pee hole or whatever. I mean, literally in her underwear. Something. Well, the first 2 hours was about stimulus, sis. Basically, the stimulus checks were, right now, if you need to know, Bernie's threatening to block any legislation in the Senate due to the fact that $600, in his opinion, is too little. And, he's basically bitching, man. Uh, I mean, literally. I had to throw a joke out there for my cousin. She says, you know, well, Bernie isn't shutting up. He wants to give more than 600. I mean, look, the American people are suffering. $600 won't go far. I mean, there's three arguments here. Okay, one group said that $600 is better than nothing until Biden's in. The second said $600 is a slap in the face. And the third said, if you're giving us $600, we don't want it, because you guys kept talking about $1,200 to $2,000 or more, and because of it, they're not paying. Well, I lost everything because my mother sold all my property, 250,000 worth, to go pay for a funeral because my brother-in-law died of a heart attack in Alaska in 2000. And she wrote me so many letters between 2000 and 2002 begging me to forgive her. And I had so much hatred. My wife hung herself in a city park because of that, because I was at home dealing with this problem. She sent me home, and after that, she hung herself. I never was the same after she died. Look, you want to argue with me over Pelosi again. Remember the whole story? Let me reiterate the story, sis, once again, okay? First, Mitch McConnell basically said no to 3.4 trillion. They went down to 2.2 trillion. He said no. Meanwhile, he tried to hammer out three bills under half a trillion dollars, 500 billion. You know where that went. Meanwhile, the White House started at a bill at 1.2 trillion dollars. Mitch said no to President Trump. Then they thought they might go with 1.3 trillion. Again, Mitch said no, Mr. Moscow Grinch. Then old Grinchy boy, when they went to 1.4 trillion, same thing, no. Then it was 1.5 trillion. Again, he said too much money. We're not voting for it. We don't have the backing. Then the White House came back with a figure of 1.6 trillion. Again, he said no. Then they came back with a deal of 1.7 trillion. He said no. Then finally 1.8 trillion. Then finally the final number was 1.9, and good old Grinchy boy said the same fucking thing. No. Meanwhile, Donald Trump wanted to do it because he wanted to give $2,000 per person. Mitch McConnell said, no, you got a vaccine coming. What's the point? So, meanwhile, $1.9 trillion could have been laid out. Pelosi would have taken the 1.9. She was actually saying we could take it, but Moscow Grinch wouldn't allow it. Now he's saying anything under 900 billion is fine. Now they got a problem because two problems. One is two senators want $1,200, Hawley and Bernie, and at least $1,200. Fortunately, Mitch is like, no, $600. Well, they have that on the table, but now it's stonewalled. And so what's happening? They got to make a deal by tomorrow night at midnight. So Monday morning at midnight, 9 p.m. our time, Pacific time tomorrow is when they're going to basically play kick the can again and extend it for 2 more days? Mitch McConnell, old Grinchy boy, said he'd be basically staying over the holidays to get this bill passed. He won't. I forecast he'll just go home with everyone else. Basically, they're going to kick the can. They're either going to kick the can for 2 days, then they're going to kick the can until after the New Year's, which means they'll kick the can right after and do a continuing resolution reboost and say they'll deal with it after like the 7th of January. Otherwise, it's just kick the can. And they're going to blame the Democrats. The Democrats are blaming the Republicans, and nothing's going to get done like usual because they got almost everything hammered out. And the law the bill's not even been written. So everyone's sitting there praying before Christmas they're going to get their stimulus check. But the government can't flip a switch that fast enough. They need at least 2 weeks. So it'll be January when $600 come. But then they know that the unemployment ran out on the 26th and the 31st, and the moratorium's out. So guess what? 40 million people go homeless, and they're sitting around with their dicks flapped in the wind going, oh, well, we could blame the Democrats for this. But is it really the Democrats' fault? No, it's both their parties' fault. I mean, literally, one guy wants to stonewall $600 for $1,200. Another person is stonewalling it because one guy, I think it was Manchin in West Virginia, turned around and said something about restraining the money and the continuing resolution and everything, so Biden can't control the finances. The Treasury controls it all, so the president has no power, or the Congress of the purse strings, something like that. Don't quote me, I don't remember the article. But in the end, it was roadblocked, and now they're duking it out because of this whole secret thing where they're giving the Treasury more power than the president, the future president coming into office. So what happened? They stonewalled it. So now they're playing kick the can again with this excuse. And when they get that cleared up, they're going to kick the can again because they really don't want to give any money to people. They're waiting till March or April, and then when everyone gets their vaccines, they'll be like, oh, everything's great now. Meanwhile, 40 million people are homeless, and everyone's getting extended food stamps, and everyone's sitting there going, well, and that 40 million people, that includes they lost their cars, their houses. And you know what Moscow Grinch is saying? If the American people weren't stupid enough, sis, to quit fucking spending all their money foolishly on Amazon and all this crap for their kids, they would have a nest egg in case of an emergency to get them through a pandemic like this. But they weren't planning it. They keep spending money, and they keep spending money, and they keep spending money, and now the damn malls and everything's falling apart. Restaurants are falling apart. And what do they want to do in this bill? They want to bail out. They want to bail out the airline industry. I don't fly, you don't fly, so fuck it. Cut it out. Put that extra money towards stimulus. While you're at it, cut out transportation. Why should we be bailing out companies that are failing, that has mass transit systems, when, they're basically saying we need to bail out these companies like the Seattle Metro buses because they're down by 95% and no one's riding by bus because of lockdowns and everyone's scared being in a aluminum sardine bus for the virus, the pandemic, to get sick. I mean, literally, that's the problem. I mean, we're bailing out Amtrak, we're bailing out Greyhound, we're bailing out Bolt Bus, we're bailing out Northwest Railways, we're bailing out casinos, we're bailing out fucking everything under the sun, business venues, and yet the average Americans aren't getting help. And yet the damn Moscow Grinch says, well, if they didn't spend their money foolishly and stockpiled and prepared in case of something like this happened, at least 6 months to a year of income, we wouldn't be in this mess. And then 600 people say, well, 600 is a slap in the face. We don't want 600. Some say 600 is the taste, the cupcake you get to eat, sis, before Biden comes in and gives a UBI, Universal Basic Income of everyone. If you're on SSI or SSDI, you'll get $2,000 retro. Well, where's the money coming from? I mean, literally, they're all bankroll. And I told you this before. They're bankrolling, fucking waiting till kicking the can until after the runoffs in Georgia. Now I'm going to answer the comments because I keep rambling on about things and not answer you guys. Yeah. No, well, Nancy basically is living off. Has a free $100,000 freezer, grandma, filled with fucking ice cream, and that's all she thinks about is her ice cream. Oh yeah, I mean, you know as well as I do. I'm not a prophet, sis. I just can forecast these things because sometimes I get premonitions from Papa, God, or premonitions from other sources. But everything I've looked at is basically the same. And I go to these clickbaiters who's like, Christmas is right in the corner. We're going to get $600. I'll pay for our Christmas. And then some jackass says, really? And then they're like, oh, you're wrong, really. Once they basically get 600 issued, damn good and well, sis, they got to flip a switch and it'll be 2 weeks. And then it's down the list. People who filed first with their taxes last time get the money first. I mean, look, when they passed it March 27th, it took us about 4 weeks, remember, to April 28th for it to hit our direct express cards. April 28th. A month and 1 day is when it took them that long to give us our $1,200. And yet, we're standing around, sis, waiting. And yet they think that it'll just be handed out and they can go run out to the mall on Christmas Eve and do the shopping. Yet right now, they're at a standstill. And I think Mitch McConnell's talking out, Moscow Grinch stole Christmas, and he's talking through his asshole. He's basically sitting here and saying, look at this, Rita. Look at this. We're going to, we're going to stay in and we're going to make it, fight it all the way to 26. They don't care. The news already said that they might people might run out. Remember the old forecast I said that the stimuluses and everything, all the funding will run out July 31st. Remember what I said back then in late June, early July? They're going to let it expire. Then they're going to duke it out and fight for it. And then my birthday will come. And I said they won't give anything then. Then they'll say it's right before the election, then after the election. Now, after the election, it's what? Or what, 20 some days? Let's see, 20. 21, 30, 21, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 days until inauguration, right? They're just going to kick the can till then. I mean, literally, they're so worried about the runoffs now. They're so worried about it. But everyone says if no stimulus checks are hammered out, even a measly $600, by the time the runoffs happen, Georgia will flip blue. Georgia's going to flip blue anyways because these douchebags are all they're worried about Mitch McConnell losing his fucking seat. Literally, the bastard should lose his seat. Now, I mean, I don't agree with but control. All three branches control Democratic, but you know my feeling. The problem is they're fucking screwing around the people, and yet they're going to kick the can. And all these people think that they're just magically going to flip a switch and they're going to have a Christmas Eve, and yet they don't realize this. I've seen it on the clickbaiter sites. Everyone's basically, a lot of them saying 1,200 or bust, $2,000 or bust. I mean, literally, you take what you get. And if they offer more after Biden's in, then so be it. Otherwise, fuck it. I mean, I'm not worried about it. I'm more worried about the people losing their things. I mean, look, they said it then back then in July. You remember what I said. That when they all expired, they're not going to have anything to fill it. They're going to do, we didn't expect the 2 emergency programs from taken out of the coronavirus disaster relief fund, but, that was something that was a shock to me. I didn't forecast that. But I said, when they run out, remember, on the 31st of July. They won't have anything to fill it. And they didn't. And now they're talking, and all the major rags, by the way, CNBC, CBS, PBS, ABC, NBC, Washington Post, CNN, Fox News, all that the government doesn't mind if they shut down for a few days. The government doesn't mind if they got to basically let this shit expire while they fucking duke it out. But once they expire, they duke it out, Pee-wee, and guess what happens? They don't put it back on the table. They've done this time and time again. Look at Moscow Grinch. Well, let's not do a bigger stimulus and let's trickle it down. Really? American people are suffering. There's going to be rioting and looting in the streets, and he doesn't give a shit. All he wants to do is let it all expire, and then basically, we got a vaccine coming. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, I'm a little angry, but that's how I feel. Yeah, see, there you go, sis. You know it exactly as I do. The Senate election. They're waiting for that basic shit. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, look, if you didn't know, sis, you remember I told you I got it twice. Well, rumor has it I've had it 3 times, 3 different strains, and yet, why do you think, I've gotten it over a 3rd time, Oh, yeah, Moscow Mitch doesn't care, but he's more worried about keeping his fucking seat, Dan. And when he keeps his seat, or is this Pee-wee again? And so he's worried about keeping his seat because once old Chucky gets in, Chucky's going to steamroll everything he can do for President Biden. Meaning everyone's fucking screwed anyway. Look at it. If you're hangry, have a hamburger. I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. Let me see who emailed me. Oh, damn. That is sad. Sad news down the pipe. So anyways, one of the mods messaged me saying that one of her family members had a couple of wiener dogs. Apparently coyotes killed, it was like 2 or 3 wiener dogs, and they're down to 1. Apparently coyotes killed last night at like 2 in the morning. So one of the family members went out, found the coyotes, killed coyotes, and so there's only 1 wiener dog left. So they were saying cherish Moppy. Well, little Mop Top is over there just sleeping away. Little Skittle Poos. Skitties. He's looking at me like, Mom, you're crazy. Wimpy. Yeah, exactly. I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. I used to love Popeye. That was from Popeye. You guys know that already. Shows how old we are if we know Popeye. I just, my dog's very protective. I'm protecting my dog, and I'm protecting of Boon Boon, who just knocked over his food bowl again. Mommy Chloe's got to go and clean his cage tonight. But right now, she's depressed that the APS lady is going to come. And I'm like, who cares? Who cares? Once I get my morning Joe in, I'll be a little better, not cranky either. I didn't have enough coffee this morning. I had to get the dishes prepared and turned on, and yeah, well, I like Shih Tzus. I'm sorry to say, Shih Tzus are too cute, especially Moppy. I got a good picture of him the other day. My father-in-law doesn't like small dogs anymore. He used to have a wiener dog. Right now, he's got a blue tick hound. He likes a blue tick hound. So, the funny thing about Dad is, right? Dad said the other day, so yeah, the dog ate up his couch. So he has no couch left. I'm like, dude, that couch was like 70 years old. He says, I know. Then the dog decided to eat his food bowl. It's a girl dog. I'm like, dude, that must really suck. How's that coming out? Dog eats up his food bowl and poops it out. He says, yeah. And then I said, anything else, Dad? And he says, yeah. The dog ate up her doggy bed, and he's got to go buy a new one, but he's afraid to buy a new one because she'll eat it again. So he's like, the damn dog keeps eating everything. I mean, how can you picture a dog eating their own food bowl? I mean, it makes me laugh, you know. You can't see Moppy eating his food bowl. Well, I prefer Shih Tzus myself. I used to have Eskimos, I used to have Samoyeds, I used to have Huskies and Malamutes, Grandma, but I prefer the Shih Tzu. I remember a guy once who was a minister out of Valdosta, Georgia. Guy was a fucking peckerhead. Turned around and his Malamute was hot and good and cute and everything. But Moppy was the most ugliest fucking dog in the world to him. And I'm like, you are one stupid son of a bitch if you tell me that my Moppy is the most ugliest doggo in the world. Well, Ebony is the same. He'll chew on his food bowl. Hell, he's been chewing on his blankie in there, even though we give him plenty of chew toys and paper towel rolls. He's also shedding too. But you know what? You know how cute he is. He's a baby. Now Moppy's drying off, so I'd pick him up, but he's still drying off. So now I know you love your Chihuahua, sis. My sister Dinky's got a Chihuahua too. Thing is pampered. Me, I nicknamed him Taco Bell Dog. His name I think is Louie, but they call him Doo Doo Pants because they can't leave the dog anywhere without taking the dog with him. I mean, literally, it's just funny as hell, you know. Moppy never barks except for when the neighbor's barks. Otherwise, Moppy's basically stays here, you know. Oh, yeah, well, you were talking about these Skittles. And before anyone asks, here's the deal, okay? Moppy's original name Skittles, all right? Skittles are Skitty Poos. Daddy named him Skittles after the candy. My Uncle Donnie named him Moppy because he looked like a dirty mop top. So he's got both names, Moppy, Skittles, Marpy, Warpy, Harpy, Shih Tzu, something like that. Big long name, you know, but his nickname is Skitties or Moppy. Right, Skittles? Oh, yeah, you're looking at me like, yeah, you're using my original name, Skitty Poos. Yeah, Skitties. Now, Chihuahuas bark. Literally, they are like annoying and obnoxious for barking. I mean, literally. And if you leave them alone, you know, like my cousin Dinky left me with her Chihuahua once. I was doggy sitting at their house in Oregon. That dog, between her and her min pin, they were basically barking because I miss Tara so much. And so apparently Mo finally warmed up to me, but little Chihuahua dog had to be taken care of by someone else because he just would, you know, it'd be like 2 a.m. He'd be screaming and whimpering and howling. And it's like, dude, your mom will be back in 3 days from Vegas. So don't bark, cry, you know. But you know how it is. It is a cute doggy. Ah. So my cousin Dinky says, on this for Chloe, only people who are not happy with themselves are mean to others. Well, yeah, I mean, literally, she's bitter because she can't forgive herself for anything. That's the truth, Tara. I mean, literally, look at it from that point of view. I mean, she can't forgive. I mean, I lived in the same position for 10 years, literally, losing all my property. I hated my mom. Literally, my mom basically said, well, you know, your brother-in-law had to be buried and you know, your sister's poor. And I'm like, yeah, and my sister loses her cabin and everything else up there. And yet my sister disowns me because she thinks I owe her money. Yet them 3 fuckers owed me 250 grand. So guess what? I had to live in bitterness for years. So when my sister disowned me, and my other sister disowned me, and my mom died, well, it was kind of like a relief. You know, my uncle was pissed off at my uncle, my uncle who loved me, who took me places, was pissed at my mom. Like, look, you destroyed your own child because you had to take care of some son of a bitch that, you know, had life insurance policy, but My sister didn't think he was going to die anytime soon, so it was okay to take him off the insurance and everything else. And then all of a sudden, she lost everything. I mean, literally, it's like I'm bailing out every fucking motherfucker out there, and having my mom turn around and say, "Well, I mean, Christmas dinners and Easter dinners and Thanksgiving dinners." I remember my sister would get fucking moody, like she was severely bipolar. And next thing you know, she took all my prime rib or my ham or turkey home. And my mom would look there, even with my husband around, going, "Well, Rita, they need it more." And I'm going, "Oh, yeah, what are we doing for dinner? I'll buy you a burger tomorrow." So I'm sitting there hungry all night with no food in me while my family's eating my fucking dinner I paid for it fucking in Everett, And I'm like, you know what? That's fucking bullshit. I mean, literally, it's fucking bullshit. Someone like me loses all that food, prime rib, turkey, ham, whatever. That's when I stopped buying the shit and letting my mom do it. And then when my mom had that happen a few times, my mom realized really quick, fucking, she's like, it's just coming out of my pocket. I remember one time my sister came to me demanding my entire Social Security check, retro check. I turned around and said, "Fuck you. You ain't getting fucking my retro check. You ain't getting my fucking check. You won't pay it back, you fucking skanky little whore. You keep saying with interest, right? You don't have enough money to cover all this." No. I mean, literally. I mean, I remember my father-in-law, Roy, stepdad, had to drive me down to the Social Security office at Bellevue, Washington one day. This is when I was driving. I drove. He paid the parking. We had to do this before he went to work. And we walked in there and they said, "Well, you have to have it paid because you can't manage money." Dad turned around and says, "Really? My kid can fucking work 400 hours a week if they needed to, hammering on torch jobs, roofing, everything, but they had an accident, destroyed their back. So you're telling me that they can't manage money because their fucking mother's an alcoholic gambler and their sister's a crackhead heroin gambler. So what do you want? The crackhead gambler that's lying to you, or the fucking mother who's the drunk? Or you give them the money and let them handle it, and I'll brief you every 6 months." Old man backed me up that day. My sister fucking flipped her fucking lid when she found out. I wasn't welcome to Christmas dinner at her house because I took away her income. See, this is the shit I go through that people think I'm the fucking broken one. Well, I was thinking if Moppy ever passed on, I'd get me a slow dog, maybe an old English sheepdog, like in Jack from Little House, the little sheepdog. Sheepdogs are cool. So my cousin, I had to ask, okay, joke goes because my family and we support each other, as family. So I said, "Find anything on my wish list?" And she says, "Yeah, uh, nothing too pricey, but no way, I'm not telling you they were on your list." So I said, "May I ask what it is?" She says, "Shame on you for asking. That's what I would do." Shame on you for asking. That's what I would do. Well, that's not the point. The point is I was asking because usually everyone tells me, Dachshunds can be fast too, even though they're like shaped like little walking hot dogs. Hey, hold on a sec. What's up? You dry? Let's see. You dry yet, people? No, oh yeah, you're dry. You're sweating a bit. Come on, let's say hello. I'll put you on the bed again. Say hello to everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Moppy. It's raining outside really hard, and so I'm sitting on the bed sleeping, and then Mommy woke me up. She's like, "Hey, how goes it?" And I was like, "I'm sleeping." But here I am in my jammies, my little jammy bottoms here. Mommy said I get a haircut, not a haircut, a bath next week, which means I get to change into my favorite onesie that she got me. It says "I woof you," so Anyways, mommy and I were just sitting back, you know. I would say Daddy Chloe, but Chloe doesn't like calling Daddy, so she's always saying Mommy Chloe. Yeah, right. Mommy treats me like a prince. So, anyways, Chloe's in the other room wrapping Christmas presents, listening to music, and complaining, as she always does. So she doesn't know what's for dinner tonight. But once that bunny cage is clean, they can probably pull out some ribs and have ribs tomorrow. But Mommy Rita was saying the ribs were going to be around for her family when she comes out for Christmas Eve. But Aunt Tara said something about pizza. Mommy Rita might get her deep dish pizza yet. Oh, yeah, Taco Bell and KFC combined is closed down. Mommy found that out recently. She was kind of bummed. Yeah. So, you know, I don't know anything. You can always ask Chloe's mom. She's got beagles. They raise beagles. Me, I don't like beagles. I like Shih Tzus. But, you know, I keep telling Mom I'm not a Shih Tzu. I'm a Lhasa Apso, but they say I'm a Shih Tzu. So, large Shih Tzu, yep. No, I'm actually a fast dog. It's just I can outwit Mommy Rita all the time. But when I am slow, I'm in her room sleeping next to her treadmill because that's what I do when it's too hot in here, you know. So, woot, woot. Let's see what she says. Moppy is a slower dog. No, I'm not. Moppy ain't a slower dog. I'm a faster thing than her. Well, I do get groomed like once a month. Mom's got the brush and the trimmers, but when it gets winter time, I can put on my little onesie. See, look at my little jammies. Yeah, well, you know what? Mommy doesn't care. I'm just a cutie pie. All right, go ahead, do your thing, Mop. I gotta turn the heater off. I don't want to waste the electricity. It's too warm, Mommy? No, it's not too warm. Well, yeah, it's too warm. No, Moppy's usually at 9 years old. He was running around all the time when he was younger, but now he usually likes to stay on the bed or next to Chloe's door and whimpers. Or half the time when Chloe's out shopping, you know, he's whimpering at the door, wait for her, you know. Oh, Moppy's always spoiled, you know, spoiled little pooch, you know. So is Evie here. Mommy, are you making fun of me? No, no, I would never make fun of a rabbit. Mommy, are you making fun of me? No, no, I would never do that. See, Ebs, you got plenty of water in there. I'll refill it soon. Yeah, well, me, I don't really pay attention to dog hair. You know, my main thing is I don't pay attention to that. I pay more attention to Moppy, you know. To me, dog hair is normal. I just love him no matter what. Guy works his butt off for me. I got to find out where his service code is eventually. You know, when I first met Moppy, he was 4 weeks old, running around Quincy, Washington. We took him in, cleaned him up. The vet said he was 4 weeks old. We had hand bottle him. 2 weeks later, they shipped him off to California to somewhere I don't remember to be trained. He came back around 6 weeks later, trained by monks, something like that. Heavily trained as a service dog. Since then, he's been a service dog since. He's been like the best little guy in the world. My hubby didn't want anyone but himself having a service dog, but I just love that guy with all my heart, you know. Little Moppy, Moppin' Toppins. Meant the world to me. Meant the world to me. Hubby, Rita sent you a pic of the new cat on your phone. What phone? My phone number is, you mean, through my Skype number? Yeah, it probably picks up eventually. Skype charges me like 10 cents for every time I get a incoming text. That's the only problem with Skype. They charge me for it, and it'd come up on, whatever or something. I need to pull up the Home Hub app eventually and put in Skype on my Home Hub. Something like that. Moppy was trained, in good sense, A few times he had to wait too long to use the bathroom, but so Chloe asked me tonight what I'm making her for dinner, and I said, I don't know. What do you want for dinner? I mean, literally, I have no clue. Oh, I got some buffalo sauce. Do we have any barbecue sauce? Been wondering about that for a while. Barbecue sauce, buddy? Yeah, something to do with making ribs. Which I don't know if we have any barbecue sauce left. With my luck, Chloe used my barbecue sauce and her damn meats, leaving me with no barbecue sauce. Oh wait, they're down there. See, okay, so I accused her before even saying it. Hold on, this bell. So Chloe's filling up another box of presents right now. She says, "Oh, we need more tape." It's like, fine. I'll send you out tomorrow to get more tape. That's all you need to buy. Buy several rolls of tape. Continue your project, Hmm. Yeah, she wanted to make cake. I told her she can make cake for herself at home for Christmas dinner, because that's. Oh, good, good. That'd be cool. I'd love to see your pets, Mm-hmm. Finish my coffee, Chocolate coffee, by the way. Talking about depression for a minute, ladies. It could be a hormonal imbalance too, because I'm due for my every 2 week hormone injection. So it's been a couple days, I think, past. So I think that's what it is too. Yeah, well, you can crate train them too. Just depends on what you're doing. Apparently, my cousin's keeping whatever she bought private. You know, I love puppies. They're always cute. There goes Moppy going over to the other room now. He's like, I'm going to the other room, man. Yeah, you can barely see his head right there. Yeah, I like Moppy. We got him at 4 weeks old. We remember one time we were sitting outside. It was like, I think it was like 4th of July or something, right? And there's these punks. My husband ran out of the apartment building and said, look, there's a little puppy. He's like really tiny, And there's kids throwing firecrackers at him. And Aaron's trying to capture this little dog. Well, eventually Aaron did get the dog and realized it was Moppy. And we took him in. We went to the vet, and he paid the vet bill. And the vet said, no, we don't know if any dogs that, someone abandoned or escaped. But at that moment, I told Aaron, come on, let's keep him. We could do something with him. Well, he got in a lot of trouble, so we had to get him trained as a service dog. And, that's how he got to keep his apartment. But they didn't want him living there because they got his name Sarah and everything else. And hubby was like, look, but telling you that dog, I mean, my husband ran out there and told these Mexican kids to quit throwing firecrackers at little puppies that are innocent. Eventually, one day, he just walked right up to Aaron. This was really young. And Aaron just picked him up, says, "Where's your master?" Because he said it told this guy wearing one of those CD players. Dude, get your dog under control. He says, "Not mine. He's just a little mooch following us." So Aaron at that point took him home. Had a good little companion 9 years ago. That dog meant the world to him. I remember getting him retrained. There was a little thing that I had to do to get him trained for me. Because he knew my commands already, so it was easy to retrain him. Because he was trained semi to get my meds and stuff when Aaron was with me. And so one day, I walked into a Walmart. It was the day after my husband, we found him dead. Like several managers at the Walmart came up to me and says, "Well, where is your husband? Usually he's got the dog." I said, "He's mine." Lady said, "What do you mean? Your husband would never give it to you. We've talked to him about it." My husband died yesterday. After that, they were like, "We're so sorry. We won't challenge you again on your service dog." Literally. I remember that day clearly walking in there. Moppy meant the world to me. Honestly, it meant more to me than my own American Eskimo. That's how sad it was. When my Eskimo was dragged away and sent to be euthanized, the manager turned around in my old place, told me I could have Moppy, but not Blizzard. Yeah, well, dogs are always supposed to be pampered, taken care of, just like mine, So, see, that's the thing. My cousin's like, "Nope, not telling you, Police came home? Why would the police come here? I mean, literally, why would law enforcement be here? What for? Unless you're talking about the police came to you. They're not here to me. There's no reason for them to show up here. Unless you're hiding something that I don't know. Didn't have the police here, no. Not that I know. Confusing me. Oh, why would they come to you, Hannah? Wouldn't think at this time of year that pestering you in your little cabin. You have no reason to bother them. One of these days I need to dig up my air popper and make some popcorn. I haven't had popcorn in a while. Usually I try not to eat popcorn. It's not really fattening so much as it's the butter. Well, nothing came into my mailbox yet, so. Alright. Hold on. Hey, that's cute. Little doggy and a little kitty sleeping on it. That's really cute, Pee-wee. Thank you. Crazy dog. Yeah, that's cool. Let's see your little Chihuahua. Yeah, those are cute dogs. I mean, you know they're beautiful, Pee-wee. Now, let me see what's going on. Check this message out quick. See why the police are there. Hannah sent me a video on it, so I'd like to see real quick what it's about. At least she's keeping me entertained. Dude, it won't let me view it. Fine, give me a second. I'll go play it on my other thing. My phone. I'll play it right away. Eat this. And I can check the battery anyways. Let's see, any news here? Yeah, that's good. Hopefully no one heard that one. All right. Okay. That's interesting. Interesting, I could say, with a passion. So, anyways, Hannah sent me a video. Apparently, they're being pulled over right now for something. I don't know what it is, but apparently, I don't know if her cousin Brad's with her or whatever. But kind of looked like Brad in the picture. But basically, police pulled him over. You know, like 2 squad cars. So hopefully, Hannah's okay. I mean, literally, you know, she's like them things in the email. So I went and looked at it on my phone, and literally, just he gives me the heebie-jeebies. You know. So, well, all right. So tell us, Hannah. You know, me and Pee Wee and Grandma was all curious. Why did they stop you? What was the reason they went to your whatever? You know, whatever it is. You know, what was the reason for it? I don't think you had a bar fight or something. You know, maybe I don't know. So, what was the reason? I always think these smell funny. Stomach meds. Ugh. So I watched a movie this morning, a couple of religious movies. You know, I'm still in love with that movie, The Shack, and the book's really good too. I'm in love with the book. The book's good, and The Shack's good. Ugh. Gotta ask. So I had to ask that. You know, but my cousin, right? She's being funny right now. So I said to her, you know, talking about Christmas gifts, you know, and she's like, "Oh, I'm having it sent to your house, but it'll be after Christmas." So I said, you know, I got to ask again, what is it since it's coming after Christmas and won't be surprised? Then I said, being nice, you know, are you going to open your presents the day before Christmas Eve? Because they're going to be on the road Christmas Eve, you know. So I didn't hear anything about that, you know. But I'm waiting for Hannah to get back to me with, you know, what's going on with why the police stopped her. You know, I'd be scared. Wow. I had to email Pee Wee real quick. Something I'm curious to talk to Pee Wee about. I've been meaning to say something. Pee Wee and I are extended family, so me and Pee Wee, you know, it's something I've been meaning to ask her privately. Anyways, there we go. Send that out. That picture of your dog was really cool. So, you know, that's just real. Yeah, well, that's interesting to know, but because of the protocols, I'd think that'd be breaking the law. Only law enforcement should be driving their cars. It'd be like you driving a Secret Service SUV when you're not supposed to, or say you decide to somehow, Brad, or you end up driving the Beast and you crash it. I mean, even though the Beast might be a 20-ton tank, on wheel for the president, you still, to me, it's like, you know. I don't know. You wouldn't see me driving my cousin's hook and ladder truck from his fire department. They wouldn't let me drive, even if I had my driver's license. They wouldn't let me drive a fire truck. So that's just the thing. It's like, wow. Anyways, enough about that. I gotta make dinner eventually, and the dishwasher's done. And then when my dinner is done, I'll eat it, and then I'll watch movies. And maybe I'll be in a better mood tomorrow. I still got to give my medicine, so you know. Can we start the drama a little earlier? What do you mean drama? What drama? There is no drama in my opinion. You're looking for drama. You ain't getting it here. Chloe's in her room with the door closed, which reminds me, I need to check on her real quick. Gotta make dinner soon too. So she turns around tonight. She says to me, when you got little weenies, I want the beans. So it's like, I want some hickory smoked beans. So I gotta look for hickory smoked beans. Oh yeah, besides hickory smoked, there's also the bourbon and brown sugar. I should see about them. Let's see, there's steakhouse, there's steakhouse, and brown sugar and bourbon, and then there's this one, brown sugar and hickory. So I gotta check on these real quick, see which one she wants. There's bourbon and brown sugar and brown sugar and hickory. So there's two types. Oh, you got regular baked beans with brown sugar. Alright, starting your dinner now. Give me a couple minutes. I got a pot ready to go, so your beans will be ready in no time. Ugh. So what drama are you talking about, Grandma? Besides me cooking your dinner. Yeah, well, I'm always up. Hold on. Yeah. So, I understand what you said, Pee Wee. That was really an interesting message, Sorry about the belching. Coffee. Mm. So, it's not madness, Grandma. What Hannah was saying is her uncle, okay? Her uncle and her cousin's uncle let her cousin Brad drive the new squad car. Unfortunately for me, I thought that was kind of odd because out here you could not even get behind the wheel of a police car unless you're law enforcement. So to me, I would think that someone broke the law and broke the protocols and the person should be fired. But then again, I'm a goody goody. Everyone knows I'm a goody goody. That's what I was saying. Tonight's special beans. Oh, movie joke. So, guess she wants grilling beans for dinner. Hopefully she doesn't eat up all the beans. That's my emergency food supply, but she's tired of fucking ramen, so she's not tapping into the beans. That's why I said if I had the $600, I'd be replacing things that she ate. Whoops. I don't need to preheat that. I need to do this. So, slow cook the beans on medium. About 20 or 30 minutes, and when that's done, I will serve it to her in a bowl. Yeah, but the point is if you or I decided we have family in the law enforcement, do you really think that they would allow us to drive the car? No. I mean, literally, you give someone who's not a policeman the authority to drive the car, they might just get the idea to pop the trunk and start using the shotgun in the back or the tear gas canisters or, whatever. So to me, I'm just too goody goody, I mean, literally, well, anyways, I'm not going to complain about it. What's done is done. I mean, I could bitch about it till the cows come home. It ain't going to make any good. Now I can bitch about all the fucking gas I got coming up right now. I can bitch that I eat one meal a day and it makes me hungry still. You know. Yeah, well, that's what I said. It'd be like someone saying, oh, the president isn't in here. Take the beast out for a drive. Next you're being pulled over because you're driving a 20-ton armored limousine, on a truck chassis. I mean, come on. I mean, literally. I mean, it'd be like sitting there saying, well, you have your pilot's license. Let's take the police helicopter out for fun. I mean, literally, it'd be like, to me, I'm just bitching because, you know, uh, I have nothing better to do, Grandma. There, you see, there you have it. I mean, people think I bitch about Chloe too much because I have nothing better to do. The problem with Chloe is she's wrapping presents, by the way. She wants her beans and her little piece of candy for working. So I was like, fine, I'll make you your beans. Hopefully those rolls aren't squished in there. Mommy, 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 I'm just gonna basically stop complaining. I gotta cook dinner anyways. one of these days I'm tempted to cook up two, reminds me. I need to check on Safeway real quick because I need to find out if there's anything more I can eat besides Little Smokies this week. So my cousin Dinky turned around and said she's leaving at 5 a.m. to get up here Christmas Eve. 5 a.m., that's a long time. It reminds me of the story about me. I got up at 5 in the morning. And, right? So I got up 5 in the morning and took a quick shower about 5:30. I had to finish cleaning the apartment. Then I had to get into the back of the U-Haul truck because the night before I cleaned all night until about 3 hours before snooze time. So 2, Chloe was sleeping. So I got everything done, vacuumed up first and everything. And then finally, in the morning, I couldn't get the freezer out the front door, so I had to go through the back porch, and it took me a while. But once I got it into the U-Haul, the neighbor was throwing a fit. She realized I was loading up this truck, but she didn't know I was leaving. She's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I, of course, was just like tired. But the night before, I was walking the dog, mopping, and this officer who claimed to arrest me, by the way, turned around and they got next week's ad coming out. View next week's ad for next week's ad. Wow. So they still got ham on sale. Prime rib's the same. Figures. So next week's the same ad. Oh, Little Smokies. So yeah. I think this week's Little Smokies are better than last week. I was going to think Chloe to get some. We got some shrimp rings too. So yeah, the bourbon's the same. So I guess this week, Anyways, what was I saying? So basically, what happened? Oh yeah, there it is. So this thing is like they're saying preset. Come on, dude! Don't you have something better? I mean, literally, I clicked on the next week's ads right there. The same week's right here. Oh well, let me just view the guide. So it's the same damn thing, Little Smokies. Anyways, what was I saying? So she turns around, and I walk the dog, and this bastardo cop stops me, and he asks why I'm trying to break into a U-Haul. So I turned around and said, "This is my U-Haul, you fuckhead. Rest me or fucking leave me alone." So in the morning, got this freezer in, I got the rest of the house cleaned, and the neighbor was supposed to come by that night. I paid him $50 to patch up the walls, so it was like one less thing to do. I bought the patch and everything. He left his drill, and a few other tools. Well, anyway, so what happened was he left it there, and I had to leave. So I went down to the manager's office, dropped the keys in the drop box because she knew I was leaving. And she said she'd be fair on my walkthrough, and I had to get out so we can get to the ferry. So 6 in the morning, we leave, and by 6:30, we were at the truck stop, and a police officer, we pulled out, the same guy who harassed me the night before, was getting off, so he followed us to the truck stop. Well, while he was following us there, I had a big old glob of chaw, dip in my mouth. Thing splattered against his window. Well, he basically looked at me, but I was way up high, didn't even know he was there. And he says, "You get the fuck out, don't come back." So we pulled into the gas station. I filled up the tank. That was like $200. And then we fucking pulled out. And then we drove all the way across 3 counties. And I was sitting there with my spit cup. And Chloe's like driving this big ass U-Haul. And then we stopped into this one place. I said, "Oh, you do it this way and that way, and you drive this way, and you get this way and that way." And instead, we went this way and ended up on a different thing. Well, finally, we turned around. I found the Fred Meyers. We got in there. But she went one way and she went to Safeway. And I said, "Well, if you drive the other way, you can get the Fred Meyers." And then from there, what you do is if you really want to get to the ferry, what you do is you do this, this, and this. She says, "You don't know what you're doing." Well, finally, we get to Fred Meyer. So I said, "Take the truck and drive this way." So she drove this way across the intersection. She says, "You don't know where you're going." I said, "Watch." Drives up this way. I said, "On the right's the freeway entrance." She gets there and she says, "How'd you know?" Because my home's just up the hill there. My home I lived for 15 years. She said, "Oh, okay, it makes sense." I said, that's why I told you, friend of mine, we got on the freeway and we're driving. And we did not stop until we got into Everett. And then it was stop and go, stop and go. Finally, we got into Anacortes. And we drove down, and, she was having a breakdown 3 times because, she was hungry and this. So we finally pulled in to get in line. And the lady says, well, you got to do this, this, and this. We turned around with Safeway and then turned down again. And they said, oh, we're not ready. So turned it around again. Finally, we topped up again, right? So we topped up. The whole tank was full. Another $100, right? Something like that. So we went for 6, and our boat left at 4:30. So finally, we get in line. We pull out. We go down to the beach, and we found the bathrooms. We found this, but we were still new. Finally, the guy turns around, right? And they load the big trucks first. So we didn't have any semis. So they're like, okay, tell Chloe, you're first on the ferry. Chloe starts up that truck. We drive down, And I'm telling you, every county I was counting because I hated the bastard police after what they did to me, saying I was arrested in there. I'd be going to prison and all this crap for what? So we pulled in there, got in there, and it got out. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, we pull in, we get upstairs. This is when the galley's open. And I don't know how many bowls of clam chowder Chloe ate, but we ate good. And I ate hot dogs and she had hamburgers, and we pulled in and we got off the island. First time here. I've never been here. You get off, I have instructions in the back of the truck. So I pull it out and I'm like, okay, here's how we get there. We get there. And I mean, I'm telling you, it was an interesting ride going about 250 miles halfway across state and then up about halfway up the state on the other end, almost the Canadian border, just to get here. And I basically was more happier getting out of the desert. And Chloe's like, oh, well, I don't really like it. I want to be it's going to be rainy, right? Well, when we got to where we're going, I mean, it was like driving up the mountains and I was enjoying it. We stopped and took pictures and drove down and stuff and did our thing and got to where we're going. And I said to Chloe, we'll be fine. Because, she's driving something 35 feet length, 36 feet. So, ferries paid for it and everything. So we, but when we got on that ferry, Chloe couldn't believe how beautiful leaving the freaking ferry terminal and driving all the way around 4 islands, my first time ever up here. And this was my dream area to live in, literally. And she's just like taken away from that pictures and everything. And then we got here and, it's not been peaches and cream here, but, people go to bed when they go to bed, Grandma. That's the real thing. Bob Evans. Get the Zatarans? Yeah, Zatarans is good. But I miss, I mean, literally, The thing is, it's just... And Hannah, I just got your latest email, but I just can't reply to it. Sorry to say, I'm, sorry. There's a will, there's a way, and right now, I can't, certain things I can and can't support. Meaning, I got to make sure the beans get stirred. Now I'll just let it slow cook, But, I'm not trying to be ruder and say, Hannah, it's just I don't, get the Zatarans. I love Zatarans. I mean, come on, man. Zatarans is the bomb. So dishes will be done in 10 minutes. So, and then I got to check on something else. So, so I got ham and rolls, pies, cake. Well, no, cake's staying here. Chloe doesn't want to cook cake, bake cake unless it's for all of us. And because it ain't for all of us. She wants to have the cake separate, which is fine, and fine by me. However, I'm kind of disappointed in my cousin, thinking the bunny's fat enough to eat for Christmas dinner or Christmas stew. Come on, I don't want rabbit stew. Oh, come here. I mean, look at him. He comes straight to me. Do you really think he's food? Right now it's 8:30 p.m. So I'll be watching TV soon. As soon as my food's done, I'll be gone. I mean, right now Chloe's beans are cooking. My stuff in the oven's not ready yet, which I should preheat the oven in 10 minutes. Right now we got thunderstorms rolling through here again. Gale warning. That oven preheated. Let's see if there's anything in here. Nope. For once I actually looked. That should be good. A little bit of bourbon beans for dinner for Chloe should satisfy her whistle. We have plenty of beans anyways. 8:30, like I said, Grandma. Well, at least you're going hiking, me. I'm not doing diddly. Yeah, well, I need to dye my hair again blonde. That's one of the things. My hair, see, I have blonde streaks here because my hair was originally brunette, but you notice my hair here, it's gray. So my family thinks it's time I go blonde again. It's easier to do it that way. I don't really get looks at the store. Usually, if I wear a nice dress, they're just like, oh, you look nice. That's about it. No one basically bothers me. Being born both, they're just like, oh, it's Rita. Now, Chloe's a different story. Oh, Boon Boon. Let's move this out of your way. I know Mama's got to clean the cage. There we go. So I move it so you have more room for me. No, thank you. He's worried he might be turned into, yeah, well, men love blondes to a point, yeah, but not with me. Me, Reminds me of that story the other day. So I remember sending gifts out to a guy that likes me, Jose. And he sent me Valentine's cards. I sent him Easter stuff, thanks, St. Patrick cards, stuff like that, cards, And then, he didn't give me anything for Valentine's Day. So I'll make it up to you. I'll get you plenty for my birthday. Birthday comes, tells me for 6 weeks he's trying to ship things FedEx. FedEx screwed up money. And, and then I made a joke with him from like October to December. Like, oh, yeah, don't worry about it. You can have all the coffee you want. I'm not going to basically ask for a present because I waited for so long, and he turned around today and said, God's punishing him. Sin is its own punishment. God doesn't punish. Papa's not punishing because he can't he turned around and told me, you don't have any money, so I can't get you anything. The truth of the matter is he's upset that a woman like me can go out and buy my own birthday present and buy a nice fly rod that costs more money than most people have. And I saved for it. And he's like, so Christmas time, I said, you get all your Christmas shopping done? No, I got gifts for my kids, but I don't have anything for you because I don't have any money. I said 6 days before Christmas, you have to tell me this? Well, as you know, Grandma, the box of presents didn't make him even happy because I said, that batch is mine. He didn't like that either. He thought I was too spoiled. It's like, look, it is what it is. And he found out some of my moderators and I were exchanging Christmas gifts for this channel again. He's upset, Like he's upset that Hannah gave me a blankie, and doggy food for Moppy and stuff, Well, men might like blondes, but I always thought, men also liked big asses and others like big tits. I mean, no offense, none taken, I hope. I like big tits and I can't lie. I mean, I'm lesbian, so technically I like women more than men. So, Instagram's always set for the Hooter vision. So when I pull up my Instagram on on my phone. I'm always looking at Hooters, so it's like all these former dudes showing off their new implants are like, I mean, literally, if you have implants, are you going to sit there and be like, I mean, I've seen trans women get big, former dudes get up so big that they don't look right. Now I have an adopted mother who's trans, who's pretty large, and but my adopted mother, she's just like, look at these, these are natural, It's like, yeah, but no one knows unless you look at my purse that I have a card that says they're implants. I mean, literally. I mean, I have implants, yet mine's natural. Look at these. I mean, I could wear a sports bra on video and people would think these are natural. That's how the doctor worked. But some of them, they're like, so, Charlie, you like my new tits? Oh, yeah, you like big, don't you? And they're going, too big. It's like looking at Heidi Montag with huge cans like this, literally. And they're like, oh, men like blondes with big titties. Not always. That's the real secret. Not always, I just can tell a difference I'm blonde myself, most of the time, but most people don't even make passes at me. But I basically post a picture or two sometimes on Instagram. Guys are all fumbling over me. Oh, you're so cute. You're not like these men in dresses. And I'm going, leave me alone, dude. I'm just myself. Well, mine was so small I had to, look what happened. The doctor gave me a good pair. I can't complain at all. The doctor did a good job. Well, yeah, I mean, if you have a good heart and you have a good soul, grandma, hey, Dan, same thing happens. If you have a good heart and soul, why basically, as long as you're a good person, that's all that matters, right? It doesn't matter what you get and how big your boobs are. And that's how I see it. Hey, boom, boom. Look, now he wants attention. That's why he's hopped over here. What? Sorry, little guy, but you can't have any of Chloe's bourbon beans. You know. Oh, well, I'm open minded too. I mean, literally, I'm very open minded. I'm more, open minded than most people. I mean, literally, I keep joking with Hannah, time for a wedding gown. I mean, I always make jokes with Hannah, anyways, about wedding gowns, but I'm open minded too. I mean, well, let me put it to you this way, Grandma. So, my family, right? So, Chloe upset my family, called the family white trash, including me. As you know, Chloe is not welcome for Christmas dinner, Christmas Eve dinner. Fortunately, the problem is I forgive Chloe because Chloe's temper. Plus, I believe in the Bible, right? And my family believes in Jesus' holy word. You unto others as you do to them. So they think, whatever, right? But I forgive Chloe. Plain and simple, I forgive Chloe. Fortunately, some people don't want to forgive Chloe. I'm open minded. Ha, very funny, Dan. But I've been open. Well, I Zoom all the time too. You should see my dad. I mean, literally, Dad Zoomed me last night, right? Like I said to you, Grandma, I was sleeping. He's like, you were sleeping? I was waiting for you. It's like, dude, the movie was boring. I finished it up today anyways. I watched it again. I was like, dude, this movie sucks. 1934, black and white. I was thinking to myself, give me 3 more years to 1937. I'd watch Stagecoach, John Wayne's Big Break. That's more entertaining, And he's like, I hate Westerns. I mean, literally. So, yeah, it's like, I do like Western books, too. I like reading Westerns. Well, I like YouTube myself. Hold on a second. All right, give me 1 second. I'll tell Chloe your dinner's ready. We only have 2 more batches to do. 3 more batches. Well, yeah, don't forget yours too. Or not yours. I do yours, sorry. Something else. I'm not with it. So, anyway, she's almost got another box filled. So, she's like, I got to go to the store and get tape. So, I was like, okay, cool. Mm-mm. I don't random Zoom anyone, Grandma. What happens is I Zoom father-in-law. He Zooms me. I also Zoom with 4 church schools. So Dad's got me enrolled in like 4 groups for a week because he can't get out of his house because of the coronavirus. So he Zooms the Masonic Lodge, the Gideons. And we have 4 courses that we do together: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I'm telling you, they're boring as hell. And we got one coming up in January. You know. Well, I have Instagram. I mean, I take a picture from time to time, but I use like right now. I don't have share screen because I'm not using StreamYard. That's where people can talk to me. Video. Both we can do multiple people up to 10. So for example, I've Instagram on right now in one of my web tabs, and because of it, um, because of it, Grandma, I keep it open for messages, like instant messaging, like instant messaging, like Facebook Messenger. I don't have Facebook anymore, so I use Instagram. I also have Twitter, but I don't use Twitter. Well, yeah, people watch me on the internet, Grandma. The problem is I don't have thousands or hundreds of thousands of subscribers like these clickbaiters do. They're basically making 3, 4, 5 stimulus checks a day. Me, I just get online and I'm like, look, wants to ask stimulus questions while I'm live, let them. I mean, I don't do like 8-minute videos and get 500 million people. Me, I do live because I don't care about, the numbers. If I have 500 subscribers, I'm doing good. If I have 10,000 subscribers, I'm doing good. Doesn't matter to me. I hate Facebook. I blew it up. Literally, I got tired of it. I'm getting ready to blow up and get rid of. I shouldn't say that. I blew up my Facebook account. I'm about to blow up my Instagram account, so people don't think I'm really gonna go and do. Yeah, I just got tired of it. I mean, I had a transgendered woman the other day tell me that their doctor was better looking than me, and I don't pass well, as a woman. My adopted mother's trans, said no, you're hermaphroditic. You pass better than most women. You're normal. You're generous. You're kind. You're not looking for guys. Personally, if you want to get technical, I'll tell you, I don't like men. My husband was the special guy. Otherwise, I was with women all the time. I mean, literally. I met trannies that think that they can't be gay, so they have to be a woman. And so they become a woman, and yet then they're single the rest of their life because they can't get anyone. They're like, oh yeah, the guy doesn't want to give me $100,000 car because they think I have an inverted penis and they don't want to have sex with me. I mean, come on. No one gives a crap about what's between your legs. I mean, literally. I mean, people ask me all the time, oh, you had your plumbing reconnected and fixed properly. How do you accept it? I go to the bathroom, I pee, I come out. That's all I do. I don't think about sex. People think of me as the weird one that doesn't even think about sex. Sex is something that's on the back burner. I don't even think about it. I think about everything else. Yeah, your beans are on that. So. All right, just put that on the bed. I'll take care of those one at a time. I'll fill it in. Hold on a sec. I gotta ask a question. Just out of curiosity. Hold on, Chloe. The beans are ready. Oh, so it's from you, okay. That's what I need to know because you're taking care of. You said something about you were gonna take care of Pee Wee stuff too. So, this is let's see, we got. So I don't know about these. That's not a pin. All right, so where's the to and from thing? Okay, so I need red. Can't do green. Yeah, you guys are gonna be watching me do this now. I get to go to work now. I can do this all night, and it wouldn't matter to me. This means the entire floor is going to be covered with this stuff. Wow. Look at this. Oh, yeah, exactly. I agree, Grandma. Wow. And so, one of the things I was telling my cousin today, she was talking about presents, right? And she said to me, Grandma, that she wanted to get me something. I said, why? I mean, this is the second box of gifts right here, Why should I even bother, I gotta sort through some stuff. I gotta sort out some stuff soon.
Really?
What? Really what, Chloe? What? What? Hold on, what? What? I'm watching this thing right. Yes, you are.
doing it wrong if it's not going in. Because I'm one for that people doing it wrong. It only works if you do it right. If it doesn't work, then it's doing it wrong. What, am I shitting out rocks or something? Yeah, I must be having some hard shit in there because it's clogging the toilet. And what about something a little bit semi-acidic? Put it in there. You can eat away the clog. I did. One. I expect to be thicker in here. Expect it's what it tells you right away. It's on YouTube. I'm just gonna build a case for APS. Why? That I have questions for it. They could try to listen or something. Why would they do that? It's paranoid. One, it's like them. Two. Yeah, you can still fight it for. No. Yeah, you have to work. So what they do is they don't. The fact that you went in, why do you give out first? Or I'll talk this. I don't think you can do it. Look. Damn APS Cindy shows up. Mm-hmm. Therefore, she won't be able to do anything.
Your beans are ready, by the way.
Hey, are you using the cake stuff or the?
No, I'm letting you do it at your house. Here at home.
All right. When do you want some of this cooked? I mean, cakes. I'm making the cake for you.
You can't make it whenever you want. I mean, maybe after Christmas for our prime rib.
I can make the cake after Christmas.
That's what I was just saying.
Do brownies for the cake after. Yep, awesome for both of them. So, where's my beans? Here they are. Awesome. Yeah, put that on there.
What?
I'm just gonna collect food gunk. It doesn't matter. Where's the paper towels at?
What are you talking about now?
Nothing. Just your bid.
I am doing my bid. I'm also doing this.
A little bit of bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me? So your family really wants to come over Christmas Day.
No, they said they were offering to clean. Clean. Oh, let's see. We got a guy named Lobo Solitario. Hello, Lobo. Well, I don't think I'm better than anyone, Grandma. That's the thing. How are you doing, Lobo? Welcome.
What kind of bourbon do you use for this?
Oh, a good bourbon. Probably Kentucky bourbon.
Kentucky bourbon, sour mash.
Yeah. Or straight whiskey.
So when they cook it cooks the alcohol out.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, at one of the sober living homes, they wouldn't even let you use the cooked bourbon flavored stuff.
They will. It's a seasoning.
Yeah. Whoever came up with the idea?
Someone who is a genius.
No, out in the woods to cook their beans, so I'd put some bourbon in it.
Uh-huh. Oh, I've made bourbon beans at home myself with real whiskey. No, bourbon makes a good seasoning for
Turkey.
soups. I've made plenty of bourbon soups.
So we had pheasant once seasoned with bourbon and beer.
Yeah.
Cooked over.
Pheasant's great.
What's that?
Said pheasant tastes great.
Yeah, quail too.
Quail's great too.
Mm-hmm.
Man, there's a lot of presents here.
We also used to eat squirrel too. Red squirrel before. Squirrel, groundhog.
The box is getting down, guys. That's the joke around here. The box is getting down. I'm just making room, stacking up everything.
Mm-hmm. Tomorrow I continue wrapping. Done for tonight.
We'll watch a movie.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much almost running out of tape.
Yeah. Well, what about wrapping paper?
I got plenty of that left. Trust me.
Before you ask, there's a lot to finish up here.
Every time someone argues with me, I always want to do a bomb though.
How much tape do you think we need?
It's probably about 3 rolls, 4.
Well, you'll pick them up tomorrow then.
I'll do it. You do it. Come on, who does it?
Hello, Crips. So, for some of you wondering, I'll show you the Christmas tree. That's all the presents stacked up. You can see they're just piling up right there. I'm still trying to find room for the other stuff. Yep. So just to share it with you all. I think Chloe went overboard this year. Well, thank you anyways, Chloe.
You earned them.
Yeah. How did I earn them?
Just did. Tomorrow's what, Sunday?
Yep. Tomorrow I got school.
Remember that. No. But yeah. When their cousin comes out, you spend time with them. You spend as much time with them as you can. I'll be here gaming, I guess, online and drinking my wine. Look how much money I have. I have enough. I might.
Alexa. Oh, whoops. Alexa, set a timer, 45 minutes. So what's up, everyone? So I got my dinner done. Once my dinner is done, I'm gonna put some movies in. I think.
If I had enough, I might get some beer if I was able to spare enough for beer. Drink through Christmas Eve. Drink Christmas night. While you're out there, drink. That's what I'll do. Get drunk. That's what Christmas is best for. It's the best time of year to get drunk. It's alcohol season for me. Drink a whole bottle of wine, maybe 3 beers.
Are those at Lobo? Yeah. Oh, look at this, Chloe. We'll get your cage cleaned tonight. Who wants attention, Chloe? Little guy means the world to me. If anyone needs to know, he's a rabbit. Menu for tonight, Christmas dinner will be ham, pies, rolls, green bean casserole with bacon, gravy. Yeah, that's what Christmas is. You know, it could have been prime rib, but they wanted ham, so I got a 11-pound ham, half cut ham for dinner. So rolls and pies, cookies, ham, green bean casserole, shrimp ring. So, you know. And then once that's over with and the ham's eaten up, I'll be cooking a prime rib probably for New Year's Eve. What do you think, Chloe?
No, that'd be great. I don't get to have Christmas dinner, so it's fun. Probably gonna get some alcohol, get drunk. Christmas.
So, you know.
Is there anything in here I can cook on Christmas Eve or Christmas?
I can dig something up for you.
Maybe you might have some salads I can probably cook.
There's a 6-pack in there that I think there's like 4 in the freezer, but I have to access the big freezer here to check.
Well, if you can get me some salads for my Christmas dinner.
Oh, yeah, I know, Grandma. I like prime rib the best, too.
I guess I'll have the brownies for my Christmas dessert.
Yeah, okay, so. Pee Wee sent me a picture, so I had to email her back and ask her what does it mean exactly, because, you know. That's what I was saying. What's it mean, you know? Hey, that's cool.
Just so they don't try to force you to restraining order. What's a cascade? That restraining order, right? I thought they forced you to do it, your cousin-in-law. If they came to Moses Lake and forced you to do it. Right, they're going to move you to Portland.
So that's too funny. Oh yeah, no. Well, what I do is I don't use prime rib for gravy. I basically need to get some au jus, which I will send Chloe to get. So we have au jus ready to go. She'll find it either in Anacortes or Orcas, but we'll have plenty of au jus.
You want a shrimp ring for New Year's Eve?
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. Shrimp ring for New Year's Eve.
We have in there. I'm not going to be able to enjoy it.
Well, you're going into Anacortes on the 31st anyway, so you might as well just use buy a shrimp ring anyways, and pick me up a bottle of cognac or something, or scotch.
That shrimp ring for you and your cousin, right?
I don't know what we're doing. My family's not telling me if we're doing the shrimp ring with it. I could ask them. Let me ask them.
They probably would. They like shrimp, don't they?
No, not really.
Just unity, but they decide to stay a little longer, they just stay with them. Celebrate New Year's with them.
They're not going to stay there that long. They don't want to pay the money, remember? I mean, it's already costing a lot because of the hotel fee. So they told me to stay here on the island, so they'll message me when they get in.
Alright. Well, they don't come here because I'm going to be here. They don't want to be around.
Well, I can walk down there. I can walk down to the hotel when they're ready. I just got to take a walk.
I just don't want, because I was saying I have to leave because she wants to be here.
She's not going to be here in general. The little apartment they're renting has everything they need, so they're not going to be here exactly. They just suggested coming by here to clean Christmas Day, and I told them they're spending money to come out here. Why do it, you know?
And if they came here during Christmas Day, where would I go? Outside and freeze somewhere?
No, that's the thing. I already told them this.
That's what I was just saying. You asked if I had anywhere I could go Christmas Day.
Boy.
No, they won't come over here. I'm fine. I could go somewhere. I just need to have that advancement Christmas Eve then. So I can take the ferry to mainland and come back the day after Christmas.
Yeah, well, so I asked my cousin, right? This is a joke, okay? You know, the whole package thing went missing, right, with them. They got a refund. So she said, where's their damn Christmas list, right? So I give it to them, you know, and I finally said, hey, find anything on my list? And she's like, yes. I said, so what is it? She says, what you're getting is after Christmas. I said, well, it's after Christmas, so, you know, you can tell me. She said, no. But then again, I'd ask you what you got me, you know. But, like, they're opening their presents on the 23rd before they leave, so hopefully they like what I got them. So how goes it Lobo and how goes it Crips? Pee-wee?
Are you cooking your food now?
Yeah, mine's in the oven, and when it's done, I thought we'd put in a movie. What do you want to watch?
I don't want to watch any Christmas Eve.
Chloe, I'm mostly into religious movies right now, so
yeah. Bro, you watched The Shack how many times?
I love The Shack.
What else do you want to watch?
I like the Dinner with the Stranger. That's good. Perfect Stranger. But no, I was heard that Misery's good. Dad wants me to watch that one movie again, the black and white one. I thought, why, you know? But no.
I said the whole white trash thing, so I was angry. We were arguing. Now we're. Oh, yeah. I mean, people argue, they say a lot of things.
Well, I try not to argue. I try to smoke weed, zone out your argue.
You said things about my mom when we argued, which I did not care because.
Well, when I speak about your mom, you basically nod and say, "Yeah, that's pretty much how it is," you know.
Yeah,
and,
because I don't put sod over my mom.
Well, your mom was funny today when I was listening into the conversation. It was kind of funny too at times, but you know, it was like her football game was more important than you. That's what I thought was really laughable, you know. So I thought about sending you out again for those little smokies, you know, and shrimp ring and a few other things, you know. By the way, apparently Safeway's hurting so bad that they're not offering free ham and turkey for next week, or free turkey.
And please, when you get home after Christmas, just don't go on about how wonderful their food was.
I'm the one cooking it, so it'd be my wonderful food.
You're cooking everything?
Well, yeah, except for the potatoes. What? I see you're griping about it. Well, what's on your mind now?
Yes, we have wonderful food. Chloe's going hungry Christmas. This is exactly why I was trying to go home for Christmas. So your cousin-in-law wouldn't be laughing in my face over eating well Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. That's why I was wanting to go home. So in case she did that, I'd be like, oh, ha ha, my mom cooked me a bunch of food that you'll never eat.
Yeah, but like your mom said, she's leaving on the 26th, so where would you stay? She was saying that today, remember?
I could have gone out for Christmas and left on the 26th. Came back.
Then how come mom didn't even think about buying you a ticket? That's the thing. She's talking about buying you Christmas presents, but she doesn't want to.
Maybe I should try to go to Arizona for Christmas. Something. I'm not sure.
You know, I'm surprised. There's another thing I'm surprised about too, Chloe. Not that it matters to me, but I'm surprised your grandma hasn't sent you your check yet. Yet she does every year for your birthday and Christmas. She hasn't sent it out in 6 days to Christmas.
Family don't do that anymore.
What, last year was different? This year's new?
Yeah.
All I could say is, who'd you piss off not to get checks? You know, usually your grandma's is.
I did. My grandma's I've been going through a lot, especially with the election. She's a Trump supporter. She's with Fred right now.
So let me get this straight. Grandma is a Trump supporter, so scared of the future president-elect that she doesn't want to part with your usual check every year she gets you for your birthday and Christmas.
She's afraid she'll lose her pension. She's afraid that the Democrats are going to take her pension away.
Okay. Yeah, Chloe will be in her house here, warm and fed. I'll figure something out. There's Salisbury steaks. I can also figure something else out.
Are you saving one of the prime ribs for Easter?
No. I'm eating the prime rib when I feel like it, just as a meal itself.
What other meats do we have in that freezer?
So I don't know. I have to access it to find out, but there's ribs in there too I was saving.
I could cook. You have it with mashed potatoes.
Well, there's Salisbury steak. I know that much.
I have some desserts I could cook too.
There might be some hamburger in there. But you'll be fine, Chloe.
So I'm going to look at it, probably try to get some beer. So, on Christmas. So are you going to stay there all Christmas Day?
I don't know what I'm going to do. We haven't even talked about it yet. All we know is they want to drive up and then meet me after they're get settled in. That's
And
the
they're having
plan.
Christmas breakfast with you too?
Well, yeah, I'm cooking breakfast and cooking lunch and dinner, and I told them I don't mind cooking, you know. I don't know if I'll be staying here in the morning and having breakfast with you or there. I don't know. They didn't tell me anything.
You just stay there with them.
Personally, I have a hard time sleeping in other places. You know this. I prefer my damn bed.
Well,
I also prefer my bed, my TV, and my dog.
well, he'll be with you.
Yeah, but still, you know, I just don't, you know, I'll figure it out when the time comes. Nah, they don't want me playing games. They already got some card games ready for us. They were looking forward to playing Uno with you, but
I don't want to play with them. I don't want to eat with your cousin-in-law. Your cousin-in-law's going to be like this, and I don't want to eat with your cousin-in-law. I don't want to see your cousin-in-law. I want your cousin-in-law here because I don't want to have to leave. Maybe your cousin-in-law can come here once I move out sometime next month, which that's what I am planning on doing. Your cousin-in-law wants to visit sometime in January. She can't because I'll be gone. I'll be on my way to Arizona more likely. I'll be in Arizona and out of the way. Or I'll be in Pittsburgh if I get lucky enough to go to Pittsburgh. If my mom doesn't want me in Pittsburgh, I'll go out there anyways. I'll just go out there anyways. And just tell my mom just to fucking deal with it. I'm out here. I'm like, I'm out here, Mom, because I have friends out here. I have our people out here. I just won't come across the river. I'll just tell my mom I'll stay on my side of the fucking river. Right? Just,
wait, hold on. This might be breaking news, so let me look here. So it says Toomey had proposed curbing the central bank's ability to offer emergency loans, nearly $1 trillion. All right. So it says lawmaker attempt to complete emergency coronavirus relief package this week and slammed into major roadblock Saturday. Late push for Toomey to rein the nation's central bank had already divided lawmakers over the past several days, but impasses appeared to deepen on Saturday. Leader, private, yeah, okay, whatever. Rang out urging party leaders not to budge on the issue. Democrats already, Toomey proposed would amount to one of the most significant moves in the central banks. Former Ben Bernanke weighed in on the dispute with the CARE Act, $1 trillion, okay. I don't care. The holidays, looming Senate runoff election, Georgia, and the prospect of partial government shutdown are adding to the pressure for negotiators. Warren, Republican side, Kennedy, Republican, 10 minutes, sometimes animated discussion. Again, Moscow Grinch said that no one's going home for the holidays until a deal is struck. So they're talking about $600 per person stimulus checks. Pelosi was talking about that on anonymity or a home stretch. Well, the Federal Reserve, Powell had taken sides in the dispute. All right, $500 billion. Democrats have argued. No surprise. Lending powers since 32. Carry $900 billion, but they're absolutely tacking on a $1.4 trillion long year appropriation bill. Lobbyists and congressional aides are hoping to include in this last legislation vehicle of the year. So basically, it says here the headlines was, hold on, this is from compromise over GOP proposal to rein in Fed's power. So they're getting that done. So now we just got to wait for a deal, which who knows when. So there you have it, in my opinion. So do. You're a mean one, Moscow Grinch.
Moscow Mitch.
Yeah, well, it's not really major drama, Grandma. Really, it's just Chloe venting her frustration about Christmas dinner, I mean, I've forgiven her. Chloe said some stuff. She needs to control that tongue of hers. That's the real problem. The Bible states in James, the tongue is your worst enemy. The worst enemy in the world, your tongue,
There's so much of cousin-in-law around this place until I move out, which is next month. I'm trying to go home. What I'm really trying to do. It's what your cousin-in-law wanted me to leave you. No, that's what I'm doing. Because I'm tired of this. Besides, I'll probably lose more family members anyway soon to death. I'd like to at least be there before they pass away.
Yeah.
Well, it's your cousin-in-law. I don't want your cousin-in-law around me, so that's why I'm moving.
My cousin might be moving to Texas, so if that's the case, then what's the point of even worrying?
Next door neighbor, I don't like Shelby, so I don't like the town. So, besides, I'm also depressed because I'm losing family members. I'm not around there to pay any respects to them. Before any more shit goes down out there, I want to be there. I feel like I need to be there. Like ever since I left, I'm up there, and go downhill for everyone else.
Finish your beans?
Mm-hmm. It just, I don't really want to be. I just want to be there for them. Yes. Partially because I can't. But I can make it possible. All I have to do is move back out there, live with my family again. Hey, dessert. No, a bad place off of the live. You ever look out that way?
Me?
Yeah.
No. Like I said, Dad's a hermit. He doesn't want me out there.
Well, I'm talking about popular.
I'd love to live with Poppy, but he doesn't want anyone living with him. He's set in his own ways,
Spokane near where we live? Spokane near where we live?
What about Spokane?
No, it's in the same state, but it's not near us.
What?
Hey, Poppy and where I live, two different parts of Ohio.
Yeah, well.
Imagine if you're in California, you said, someone talked about living in. You talked about wanting to go to Redding, right? Redding's not that nice. I live in San Diego, so I've seen Redding because I live in San Diego. Or how about this? Alaska. I live in Juneau, so Barrow. So I've been to Barrow so many times. I've been in Northern Ontario so many times. I live in Toronto. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, you're talking about two different locations. Now, if you live in Delaware, that would be different.
Tubby and I wanted to live in Baltimore one time.
Maryland.
Yeah, but we never got there.
I'm talking about like Delaware, Rhode Island. If we talk about living one place in Rhode Island, you'd explain it all because those are small land masses. Rhode Island, Delaware, they both have less than 5 counties. They're, Delaware's lesser populated than Rhode Island. Rhode Island has a little higher population than Delaware. But, I mean,
so I'll restart my computer after dinner, and
I wonder, do I have the idea to even make a state that small?
don't know.
I remember when I first looked at maps, right? I saw the state of Rhode Island just at hard, like, it's like, is that really a state? It's so tiny. Okay, so now if you say you live in the District of Columbia, yeah, it's the same. Because that's very small.
You know, one of these days I'd like to pull up that movie Alexander on Disney. It's a singing thing about, you know.
DC only covers only the inner parts of the DC metropolitan area. The rest of it's in Maryland and Virginia.
Well, everyone seems there's 3 people watching me and no one commenting. So, you know, because this video has gone 4.5 hours, it seems it's time for me to ship out soon since there's no comments. I was going to wait till dinner's done, but it seems there's no comments. You know, seems everyone left. Pee-wee and her husband, I believe, went out to the casino tonight. So, because of that, they went to the casino tonight. So, I'm going to restart my computer now and get it prepared for movie time. I heard the rumors going around right now, Chloe, that The Stand, the remake, the reboot, really went down the toilet. A lot of people are throwing a fit about it, you know. No, they're just throwing a fit because they said it sucks, you know. I wanted to see it.
I still want to see it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to wait till they give it all of it. If they're doing hour sessions, you know, it was like 1 hour, you know, for the part 1, and usually it was like 6 hours for 4 parts. So to me, I thought it royally sucked. You know, you can't squish everything down and condense it down in 1 hour. So, someone told me tonight, I don't remember who it was. I don't know if it was Pee-wee. No, it wasn't Pee-wee. No, it wasn't Grandma. It was someone stating that Europe has a new strain of coronavirus, and I don't know if the medicine will work or not. So anywho, who the hell is this? Someone try messaging me? No.
I have a mountain dog next to me watching something else.
It said something like you need to look at this or that, and I was like, who the hell is this, you know?
Oh, I had so many plans to listen for a fucking pandemic stuff. I was gonna get a passport to go to Victoria, but hell, I'm not gonna be able to do that either, or go to Portland, or go anywhere else. Because I'm thinking about going back to Pittsburgh now. I don't want to be out on the East Coast. Once if you live on the East Coast for most of your life, you know, eventually want to go back out there.
Well, that's you, not me.
Well, you live on the West Coast.
Yeah, I lived in Australia, and Australia's my home.
living was
leaving so I can basically do my own thing. That's what really saddens me the most, you know. So, you know. So, you know how it is. Wish people would tell me they're leaving, then I don't sit around looking like an idiot waiting for comments, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Yep, down to one now. You see that? Down to one. So one person watching me now. Everyone else fled. Nice night, isn't it? Maybe I'll take a bath tomorrow. Let's get YouTube. Not because of you, just YouTube in general. I mean, this video has gone almost 5 hours, you know.
I'll take a very early shower and then head out to Harlem so you can speak.
Yeah. So I guess because Chloe was talking about drama, everyone left. I thought about watching that Alexander movie on Disney, which reminds me, talking about Dad for a minute. You heard what happened to him? So Dad turns around and upset that I fell asleep. And then I told him, dude, we have all these streaming services. We can do lots of watch parties. And yet, I told him what I wanted to do. And he's like, he gets the Chronicles of Narnia and the Lion King mixed up. I said, you know, one of these days I want to sit down and watch Lion King again. Bunch of coconuts. Yeah. Or Teddy.
So, Mr. It's a hillbilly white trash Ted Nugent. His actual name's Theodore Nugent.
I don't know. Could be Ted. Could be Theodis. No one knows.
It's usually Theodore. Like
there is a Theodis. That's I believe that's an English name. Theodis. Theodis Nugent, a.k.a. Ted Nugent.
Bill Clinton was actually William Clinton.
Yeah.
William Clinton. Willie Clinton.
Slick. You ever seen that movie Armageddon, you know, where he's going up in space to do the Slick Willie, sir? Yeah, there he's like Slick Willie, President Slick Willie. It was the whole Monica thing, Slick Willie.
Now we have Don the Con.
Slick Willie.
There's going to be a lot of shows, even in the future, making fun of Trump.
I'm checking to see, you know.
Yep, Trump brought it on himself.
So, for some of you guys wondering what was going on, there was a heated argument today. It was all over security advisor Michael Flynn. Everyone basically recommended to overturn Biden's presidency to declare martial law. Well, won't happen.
Can't do it. He's a lame duck. Lame ducks can't declare martial law. And it's funny, is the supporters over 4 years ago, like, oh, Obama can't declare anything. He's a lame duck. It's all Trump's power. But now, all of a sudden, when Trump's a lame duck, like, well, Trump's still in office. He could declare anything. It's like they're very hypocritical in their 2016 election. They said that everyone has to wait until after election to pick a nominee. But this year, time around, they're like, oh, we have to pick right now, right away. It's like, Mitch is such a big hypocrite. Mitch McConnell is a big hypocrite.
So I guess we'll watch that movie that's got blood and guts. That one that I heard about, Misery by Stephen King. I hear Kathy Bates is in it. She's like a fan that saves someone from death, and then this guy kills off one of the characters, you know, and this guy's writing a book. Apparently, I don't know anything about it.
Hey, do we have any fresh eggs in the fridge?
Yeah, why?
Because I'm gonna need some of this for the brownies.
Well, as long as there's fresh eggs in there, there's organic. There's like 11 left.
All right, I'm gonna need about 4 of them or so, 2 for each the cake and the brownies. Or what? Do you need to take some over to your cousin?
No, I can always go to the store on New Year, Christmas Eve, buy what I need if I need to at the store. You know what really sucks? Church never called me or emailed me about picking up our $300 of vouchers for Christmas dinner.
Your cousin will like, you need to take all the food for your house.
Too much there to fill up their entire pickup truck. And then they'd have to move it back in the house when I came back. So no, they're not that cold-hearted.
And it's like your cousin just want to be a star for Christmas Eve.
Why? Because they don't want to be around you? So you think it's because they're not wanting...
They just think that I should starve even if I'm here starving.
I don't think my cousins and cousin-in-law is that cold-hearted.
Well, I'll be cooking my own little Christmas feast.
No, and it's interesting, you know. Anyways, with 7 minutes to go, everyone, no one commenting and one person watching, I'm going to basically say goodnight and try to get into this movie with Chloe. I hope you guys have a great evening. I'll keep you updated on stimulus throughout the week. Before I go, I do want to say to you all, I don't think stimulus checks are going to be issued or even passed before or after Christmas. I think they're going to run it down and kick the can until after the runoffs, which means everyone's going to probably vote Democratic anyways because they're pissed off that $600 is not good, you know. So tomorrow the plan is I got a 90-minute school session between 3:30, I believe it's 3:30, so 3:30 my time to 6, and then afterwards 5:30 to 6, and then afterwards I have nothing better to do until Christmas Eve. So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday is open-ended for whatever I do. I got some spreadsheets to do. Chloe will check in probably via messenger or email or telephone with her mom again right before Christmas. Not that it matters. I mean, Chloe's mom is, different. So, anyways. So, the plan is I got one spreadsheet I need to update soon. I'll probably do it while Chloe's movie's going. I can actually glance over, and be like, oh, how's the movie? Because she knows I don't like blood and guts. But it is a recommendation for you, so I might as well let it do it,
Communication more so get some food out for Christmas.
Yes. Well, do you want the movie before or after?
I want coffee.
So when do you want the movie?
We'll walk coffee first.
So walk mopping first, clean the cage, then have movie?
We'll get that communication tomorrow.
That's fine. The reason I asked about it is because, while your movie's going, I do want to get that one spreadsheet done. I'm already ahead of myself on spreadsheets, so, But anyways, with only one person watching. So basically the deal is when it comes to stimulus checks, what's going to happen with Stimmy is Chloe will do her thing tomorrow. She's got to go to Ace Hardware Let me see. Do they have any tape?
We have Salisbury steaks, one. What about any ground lamb or beef in there?
I think we have something in there. I told you there's hamburger.
Yeah, I could make some. I can get some buns. I can make hamburgers. I can make some hamburger helper.
All right, so here we go. Let's see. Scotch Magic Tape. I'm checking right now, Chloe. I can check to see what's available at the local store. Did you know that? You didn't know that, did you? So I can check inventories. And it'll tell me exactly what's available. Because a lot of crap right now is sold out, because of it. I don't want Chloe going down there, coming back and being like, oh, they don't have any in stock, Rita. I mean, this is the holiday where everything runs out, I can't believe Scotch even makes duct tape. Okay, so I'm tired of this.
That's what I was like. Well, he has disabilities.
But that was fucking Stinkbee.
That was a neighbor upstairs, I heard.
No, it was Stinkbee. The wall just shattered. It was right here.
Oh, she has resistance. She's a struggling single mom.
So apparently you can pick this up tomorrow right here. So they got one package for $2.59. They got a 3-pack for $6, which is you can pick it up. So if you get 2 3-packs, we should be fine. And this is not available.
One of them for pounding on stuff. I get told I'm retaliating.
So what the manager said to you in an email, retaliation?
They said they'd look into it, but
well, they did.
They just said to see if it's retaliation or if they're actually doing it.
Anyways, to the rest of you out there, thanks for watching. Like I said, please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestions. Hit the like, subscribe button. So it's funny for your family, including your dogs, your cats, your bunnies, your service dogs. Thanks for watching, everyone. God bless you and everything you do. And we'll check in with you tomorrow.